Give me a mic check. Mic check. Hmm. Alright, so, alright, decent volume for me. Good morning, good morning. Most beautiful morning. Oh, I'm doing pretty good. I've got the Alchemist here, so we've got 7 through 9. Planning on reading through today, and then someone mentioned The Alchemist, and so I looked up The Alchemist and got a copy of that, so we might start reading The Alchemist today. People have asked me to do a tarot reading and oracle reading on myself, for myself. Uh, so maybe we'll start there today. Yeah, it would be decently interesting. So the wonderful, awesome thing, GT7, is here's something that I realized was massively important to my journey. And a lot of times we read some old shamanic things, we read some old beautiful sayings, poems, philosophies, and we don't completely comprehend it. However, our soul will send our body on a path and journey to where, to some degree, we'll grasp comprehension in a most positive ways, most hopefully. And it's always working towards a positive understanding, but somewhere to relate, somewhere to understand, somewhere to get a connection with the reality of what we read. And sometimes things, a little idea gets planted in the subconscious, and not every single idea. Though I've found to hear them, to read them, just to go through them alone like that is it's pretty interesting. It's an experience that the bot that definitely impacts the life, and so thus I share. And I appreciate your comment. Not completely like understanding all the rhymes, all the words, all the technicals, and get the concept, of everything kind of going on and whatnot. And a lot of times that's where I flow to. And in mantras, in the hymns, in the rhymes, all around the world, I found by repeat, especially by repetition, like with mantras and different old pieces, I will wind up experiencing everything on that list. I'll have some connection that the first time I read it, I had a desire to connect with, and then as the years went on, the life just kind of went that way. it was more than just kind of speaking my future into reality. It was that emotional presence. It was that longing. It was that seeking. That's a big part of it. That's a big part of the formula of speaking one's existence into reality. Anyways, let's pull some cards. Look, I got a card. He's a Peter Pan crocodile. I like to think that he'd be more like Peter's friend, because a crocodile and Peter, they got that in common. Captain Hook, he ain't all that great. So I went over to the crocodile and I was like, you know what? Let me pull that hook out your mouth. Boom. He feels better. Helps me take out some bad things. Oh, I'm supposed to let you not see what my left hand is doing while you see what my right hand is doing. My bad. That was a full-on joke. 3 Egyptian decks. I had my daughter when she was younger. Before she could even talk, she would go dugga 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 dugga, and I thought she was saying duck, like duck, dugga 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 dugga. And then I got into learning some Sumerian stuff, and as I was learning all that Sumerian stuff, and Anunnaki connections, I wound up coming across a word of power. That's a connection, a massive connection of who I am. And his word of power essentially is Dugga. Dugga. Dugga, 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 dugga. I thought she was saying duck. She was saying dugga, 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 dugga. I actually have a video of her saying that. It's interesting. Interesting. This is technically 2 decks, but just let's put them all together. Children they speak and they say things and we don't understand them. There's a reason why things repeat in life. We can just be patient, be open, and journey. Journey can take the soul on, take the life on a wonderful path, self-discovery. Blah, blah, blah. So just in case you've joined us just lately or recently, doing a reading for myself. There's people asked me that on a few different occasions. And at the moment I said, you know what, let's go ahead and do that. Interesting reading. uh, what's up, Tatters? No need to be afraid. We're all just having fun. I'm doing a reading for myself right now. Let's see here. Seems like a past, future, present as a journey. Alright, so in the beginning we've got the Ani card upside down. Recklessness, overextending, tough journey, doubts, danger, rough starts. That was the beginning, man. Life was not easy, that's a fact. Then we come into the Three of Scepters. And that would be planning, foresight, freedom, travel, firm foundation, strategic thinking, the future. So from a chaotic start, from recklessness, from tough to overextending myself, to being able to plan, to have foresight, to be strategic in my thinking, to be contemplative. And then Hirokuti shows up here. Now these cards, these next four cards, you gotta understand, I could spend an hour plus talking about this. So I'm gonna go the shorthand route to stay more focused. next two cards, essentially, these two cards came out essentially together here. There's a dual meaning in all of this. There's a heavy dual meaning in all of this, but it's part of the journey. And it goes and it says, hastiness, arrogance, impetuousness, rashness, violence, libertism will be overcome by consistently persevering in detaching oneself from one's emotional and sensual conditionings. Working without seeking credit will avoid conflict. So that certainly seemed like a good portion of my journey where I spent many years uh, completely in those aspects. The violence I would do to myself, I'd lash out, I would hit trees and stuff like that. I was hasty. Hasty means you're being fast and you're making mistakes along the way. So hasty isn't exactly a great quality to have. However, I did start developing that ability to have the foresight to be able to, exactly as is stated here, detaching oneself from emotional and sensual conditioning and working without seeking credit. That helped me avoid so much conflict that was in my life, so much problems that I had going on, all that hastiness, all that arrogance, thinking I could change things, thinking I could like make people better, like I could change 40 years of habits in by just doing things and taking care of things for people. It didn't work like that. That was very young and youthful of me, even though I still had some foresights, some still planning going on, which wound up bringing me essentially to these next two cards, which the second one is like the same as the other one, but it is technically a different card. And this was, differences are understood generally and in principle, but there is an inability to identify the specific manifestations associated with them. One is up to the struggle but fails to clearly communicate one's position. So there was things I was doing in my life and there was manifestation happening, but I lacked the complete understanding. I'll give you one direct experience connecting with that moment of my life. Um, I was on a journey with another individual. They told me we needed a vehicle because we had people picking us up from place to place to place. I said, okay. I went out, I did my thing. This was before I did tarot, before I knew about anything, before I finished my book, before motherfucking at the onset of my journey. And I went out and did my thing. I just did my thing how I do my thing, just naturally. And I, I normally I wear glasses to see far, but up close I could see okay. So there are times in my life where I see something far. And anyways, we were driving in the vehicle. This was shortly after we were driving in the vehicle, and I looked over. The first thing, let me tell you, the first thing was I was in the backyard, and I got this massive like fucking feeling sensation heart, and then it came in clear as like I had a microphone in my head, like I had a yep, clear on, come on through, and it said you are going to go through something that you do not like, but you're going to survive it. So I was like, shit, okay. And then we're driving. It was the other day, it was the next day or something like that. We're driving, and I look over, and it's at a distance, and I could see that this license plate said DUI. And I told the person I was, does that say DUI? And they said, yeah, it does. How'd you see that? That's far away. I didn't have my glasses on. And then like within a week or two, within weeks, not a month, within weeks, somebody came to pick us up, and they were technically intoxicated, and they got in an accident, and we wound up getting a settlement. We got enough money, and I literally bought a vehicle. out of the settlement from the car accident, the insurance. I went and paid, boom, dude. I put it in her name. So you have it. I want it. So we need a month there. You go. But I didn't exactly kind of know how I did it. I could just kind of replicate those things. So over the years, coming to learn those things has been quite the journey to quite precisely affect what I ultimately intend to. These last three cards are from a tarot system that, while they use particular suits and whatnot, they are not according to the Rider-Waite system. They're more according to the Egyptian style. And that's the direction we're going. So I'm going to show you the three cards, and then I'll explain, and then I'll read them each out. And then, as I have been doing. The Seven of Swords is the first one. And if you're just joining us, I'm doing a reading for myself. This is towards the tail end of it. It says, sudden catastrophe that may affect the brain, a loss of position, ultimate triumph. So funny how big loss turns into an ultimate triumph. Choose your battles wisely. The next one is Iris Orania. This is an ancient idea of nature. It is represented by a woman seated upon a cube covered with eyes, the emblem of the visions of the famous seer Hermes. Her feet rest upon a crescent of the moon, the emblem of matter subjected to mind. She is crowned with 12 stars representing the 12 months, and the sun serves her as nimbus, thus symbolizing the creative power of intelligence. In one hand, she holds a scepter tipped with a globe, the emblem of her despotic action over the world. On her other hand is posed an eagle, its head turned towards her. This signifies the flight of the human soul returning to its initial principle, God. This Arcana 3 means that to wish for things possible is equivalent to creating them. To wish for things impossible is to prepare one's own ruin. That's a big one. Put that one in your pocket. That's a big one. And then we have 37. The Master of Cups, 37. The Master of the Cup. This arcane means that you will enjoy the sincere friendship and devotion of a person in a high position. If the questioner is a woman, there is a fine marriage in prospect. That's my journey. That's my journey right there. I gave up everything I knew. I gave up the game of life. I gave up trying. I gave up. They fought for my daughters. They wanted my daughters. They wanted to go to court and fight and money and all this shit. I said, you want them? They're yours. You win. But I made a connection with the mother of creation, and God, that set me free. And whichever that person is, it changes from time to time. That person in a high position, at least in my past experience, anybody can represent that individual. Well, I'm gonna have a fucking cigarette after that one. Couple puffs. This journey, I've literally pulled the cards at every leg of my journey. And then the last most panicking moment, I pulled the cards over and over and over and over and over and over, and I could get in the same reading week after week, reading after reading, deck after deck. I kept getting the same response back. So thus my journey continued since I was getting the same cards, then my journey had halted until I broke through that next portion. So it's like pulling one's cards, and that's once you figure out the mystery, once you learn how to work with it, help the spirit, help the environment, help the person, whatever the situation is to do or affect, it's affected. And then the spirits are like, okay, next leg of the journey, next portion. You're helping somebody, but you're also learning something at the same time. You're learning how to connect with others. And I think that that's the biggest lesson that all this spiritual stuff has to teach us, is the importance of each other. Because the spirit, however you see an ET or God or anything, we got each other. Right now, in this moment, today, we have each other. And how many times do we ruin the moment? How many times do we go to violence or anger or harshness or selfishness and destroy a moment, destroy somebody's life just for that moment, including our own? I think that's the biggest reality. One of the biggest lessons I've learned on this journey, anyways. But no, I've walked that path. I've walked that path, boy. And there's only walking it. You can't drive it. You can't fly it. You can't fast forward it. There's no controller. There's no mystical controller to go, I don't want this experience to happen. Pause. It kind of don't work like that. But winning does not look like people think it does. So for my part, one thing my mom and me agreed on before she passed on was no regrets. No regrets. You got something to say it. I don't give a shit. Say it, do it. No regrets. We lived it. We did every aspect of it. No regrets. Good, bad, ugly, I'll take it all. And boy, in my younger days, I was mighty young. People foolish in their heads, wishful of their own fantasies. Oh, the stories I can imagine told about me. I get to read some of them. But surely the Divine Mother, she is matter itself. She is the stars. She is within everyone. She is that lost part of the soul that we're all looking for, that lost part of the heart. We're all trying to fill that hole in our heart. Anyways, I'll look at some comments real quick, and then I'm going to get to reading book number 7 of Paradise Lost. There's 12 books total, 10 original, and then John Milton wrote 2 more, so there's 12 total. Absolutely Cool Whip Yogurt. Awesome name. The necklace, if you're still here, Jay Marino. I made this piece. There's this, and then, so technically, like these pieces here, they were all one, and it was very like consistent around the whole neck for a single layer. So I made different rows, and then like extended it down. And these ones around my neck are just kind of, they're there, they're kind of solid there. I just tied them. I guess I could have done a clasp or whatever, but I just tied those ones on. But it really is a collection of necklaces and pieces that I've acquired on my journey, and I'm always really looking to be a little bit more Egyptian. If I can look a little bit more Egyptian, be a little bit more Egyptian in everything that I've studied and learned. Like the Anunnaki is like family, but I just love the Egyptian, the Kemetic style. There's so much that has not been discovered. It's right in front of our face. The physical discoveries are already made, but there are things I've been learning upon my journey, which is just immensely amazing on the Kemetic side of things. We're going to get back to reading here very shortly, but not back to reading, but I'm going to read some John Milton's Paradise Lost, written, published 1667, I believe it was. Jay Marino, I don't know if you're still here, but he said, "What would you say your main discipline was, sir, if you don't mind me asking?" My primary discipline would be scribe. From the very beginning of my life, we barely know how to read and write. Like, barely know how to do that. First grade, second grade, pre-K, I don't remember. But they were like, write a story, and like the first 2 words popped in my head, and I went blah, 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 and I wrote this story and everything, like, and I'll be happy to get up and share it right away. Like a scribe, writing those thoughts down, penning those thoughts is so valuable to me. Um, and then speaking, being able to speak, I've worked on that throughout my life, from just associations and groups I was within and so forth, like religion and stuff like that in the past. Um, but that's what I was scribe. I would put down to scribe as my core, which really, on the Egyptian side, I learned like scribe is like, if you want to start on your shamanic path, if you want to start getting into the temples and understanding hieroglyphs and all that shit, scribe's the first thing. Learn, go on the path and journey of a scribe. I was like, whoa. Whoa, that's a first. Normally I don't respond to these, but Panda the Torture Clown. Okay, I saw Panda. I saw your name a little bit before. Cool name. Cool name. Oh, I got a ditty I gotta read for you. Oh, darn it. trickster clowns abound. It's the New World song. Anyways, are you inside the Black Pearl at the moment? I often have been relating to the spiritual experience I've been having is like being at the center of a black hole where I can get the information on the inside and I can send it to the outside. So am I in the Black Pearl? Hmm, I like that question. Good question. For each one to answer for themselves. Let me see. Maybe I can find it real quick. If I can find it real quick, I'll read it for you. It's a pretty decent little song. I'm not a song ditty. It could be turned into a song. I'm not the musical genius here. I'm the scribe. I think I got it. Maybe I don't. I got a couple of pages. I'll check a couple of pages. But if I can't find it in this group, I'm not going to go on a crazy endless search. Nope, not that. I got it somewhere. I know I made a video of it, but it was like where the trickster clowns abound. This is our new sound. Something like that. All right. I've been reading this each day, 3 books a day. So, boom. I think I got a better setup. See if we deal with anything falling. Hopefully not. We're going to start book 7 of John Milton, 1667, Paradise Lost. Descend from heaven, Urania, by that name, if rightly thou art called, whose voice divine following above the Olympian hill I soar, above the flight of Pegasean wing. The meaning, not the name I call, for thou nor of the Muse nine, nor on the top of old Olympus dwellest, but heavenly born, before the hills appeared or fountain flowed. Thou with eternal wisdom didst converse, wisdom thy sister, and with her didst play, in presence of the Almighty Father, pleased with thy celestial song. Upled by thee into heaven of heavens, I have presumed, an earthly guest in John imperial air, thy tempering, with like safety guided down, return me to my native element, least from this flying steed unreined, as once Bellerophon, though from a lower clime, dismounted on the alien field, I fall erroneous, there to wander and forlorn, half yet remains unsung, but narrower bound within the visible diurnal sphere, standing on earth, not wrapped above the pole. More safe I sing with mortal voice, unchanged to hoarse or mute, though fallen on evil days, though fallen in evil tongues, in darkness and with dangers compassed round, and solitude, yet not alone, while thou visitest my slumbers nightly, or when morn purples the east, still govern thou my song. Your Arnia and fit audience find, though few, but drive far off the barbarous dissonance of Bacchus and his revellers, the race of that wide route that tore the Thracian bard in Rhodope, where woods and rocks had ears to rapture, till the savage clamor drowned both harp and voice, nor could the muse defend her son. So fail not thou who thee implores, for thou art heavenly, she an empty dream. Say, goddess, what ensued when Raphael, the affable archangel, had forewarned Adam by dire example to beware apostasy by what befell in heaven to those apostates, lest the like befall in paradise to Adam or his race, charged not to touch the interdicted tree, if they transgress and slight that sole command, so easily obeyed amid the choice of all tastes, else to please their appetite, though wondering, he with his consorted Eve the story heard attentive, and was filled with admiration, and deep mused to hear of such things as so high and strange, things to their thoughts so unimaginable, as hate in heaven and war so near, the peace of God and bliss, with such confusion, but the evil soon driven back redounded as a flood on those from whom it sprung, impossible to mix with blessedness, whence Adam soon replied the doubts that in his heart arose, and now led on yet sinless, with desire to know what nearer might concern him, how this world of heaven and earth conspicuous first began, when and whereof created, for what cause, what within Eden or without was done before his memory, as one whose drought yet scarce allied still eyes the current stream, whose liquid murmur heard new thirst excites, proceeded thus to ask his heavenly guest great things, and full of wonder in our ears, far differing from this world, thou hast revealed, divine interpreter, by favor sent down from the Empyrean to forewarn us timely of what might else have been our loss, unknown, which human knowledge could not reach, for which to infinitely good we owe immortal thanks, and his admonishment receive in solemn purpose to observe immediately his sovereign will, the end of what we are. But since thou hast vouchsafed gently for our instruction to impart things above earthly thought, which yet concerned our knowing, as to highest wisdom seemed, designed to descend and now lower and relate what may no less perhaps avail us known. How first began this heaven which we behold distant so high, with moving fires adorned innumerable, and this which yields or fills all space, the ambient air wide interfused, embracing round this florid earth, what calls move the Creator in his holy rest through all eternity so late to build in chaos, and the work begun. How soon absolved, if unforbid thou mayest unfold what we not to explore the secrets ask of his eternal empire. But the more to magnify his works, the more we know in the great light of day yet wants to run much of his race through steep suspends in heaven, held by thy voice, thy potent voice he hears, and longer will delay to hear thee tell his generation, and the rising birth of nature from unapparent and deep. Or if the star of evening and the moon haste to thy audience, night with her ill will bring silence, and sleep listening to thee will watch, or we can bid his absence till thy song end, and dismiss thee ere the morning shine. Thus Adam his illustrious guest besought, and thus the godlike angel answered mild. This also thy request with caution asked, obtain. Though to recount almighty works, what words or tongue of seraph can suffice, or heart of man suffice to comprehend? Yet what thou canst attain which best may serve to glorify the Maker and infer thee also happier, shall not be withheld thy hearing. Such commission from above I have received to answer thy desire of knowledge within bounds. Beyond abstain to ask, nor let thine own inventions hope things not revealed, which the invisible King, only omniscient, hath suppressed in night, to none communicable in earth or heaven. Enough is left besides to search and know, but knowledge is as food and needs no less her temperance over appetite. To know in measure what the mind may well contain, oppresses else with surfeit, and soon turns wisdom to folly, as nourishment to wind. Know then that after Lucifer from heaven, so call him, brighter once amidst a host of angels than that star the stars among, fell with his flaming legions through the deep into his place, and the great sun returned victorious with his saints. The omnipotent eternal Father from this throne beheld their multitude, and to his Son thus spake, and least our envious foe hath failed, who thought all like himself rebellious, by whose aid this inaccessible high strength, the seat of a deity supreme, us disposest. He trusts to have seized and into fraud, and drew many whom their place knows here no more. Yet far the greater part have I kept. I see their station heaven, yet populous retains numbers sufficient to possess her realms, though wide, and this high temple to frequent with ministries due and solemn rites. But least his heart exalt him in the harm already done, to have dispeopled heaven. My damage fondly deemed I can repair, that determent, if such it to be loose, self-lost, and in a moment will create another world, out of one man a race of men innumerable there to dwell, not here, till by degrees of merit raised they open to themselves at length a way up hither, under long obedience tried, and earth be changed to heaven, heaven to earth, one kingdom, joy and union without end. Meanwhile inhabit alack, ye powers of heaven, and thou, my word begotten Son, by thee this I perform, speak thou and be it done. My overshadowing spirit and might with thee I send along, ride forth and bid the deep within appointed bounds be heaven and earth, boundless the deep, because I am who fill infinitude, nor vacuous the space. Though I, uncircumcised, by myself retire, and put not forth my goodness, which is free to act or not, necessity and chance approach not me, and what I will is fate. So spake the Almighty, and to what he spake his word the filial Godhead gave effect, Immediate are the acts of God, more swift than time to motion, but to human ears cannot without process of speech be told, so told as earthly notion can receive. Great triumph and rejoicing was in heaven, when such was heard declared the Almighty's will. Glory they sung to the Most High, goodwill to future men, and in their dwelling peace. Glory to him whose just avenging ire had driven out the ungodly from his sight, and the inhabitants of the just. To him glory and praise, those wisdom had ordained good out of evil to create, instead of spirits malign, a better race to bring into their vacant room, and thence diffuse his good words in ages infinite. So sang hierarchies. Meanwhile, the sun on his great expedition now appeared with girt and omnipotence and radiance crowned of majesty divine, sapience and love immense, and all his Father in him shone. About his chariot numberless were poured cherub and seraph, pontiacs and thrones and virtues, winged spirits and chariots winged, from the armory of God, or stand of old myriads between two brazen mountains, lodged against a solemn day, harnessed at hand celestial ephage, and now came forth spontaneous, for within them spirit lived, attendant on their Lord. Heaven opened wide her ever-during gates, harmonious sound on golden wings moving, so let forth the King of glory in his powerful word, and spirit coming to create new worlds. On heavenly ground they stood, and from the shore they viewed the vast immeasurable abyss, outrageous as a sea, dark, wasteful, wild. Up from the bottom, turned by furious winds and surging waves, his mountains to assault heaven's height, and with this intermix the pole. Silence, ye troubled waves, and thou deep peace, said then the omnific word, your discord end, nor stand on the wings of cherubim, uplifted in paternal glory, rode far into chaos and the world unborn. For chaos heard his voice, him all his train followed in bright procession to behold creation and the wonders of his might. Then stayed the fervid wheels, and in his hand he took the golden compass, prepared in God's eternal store to circumscribe this universe and all created things. One foot he centered and the other turned, round through the vast, profound, and obscure, and said, thus far extend, thus far thy bounds. This be thy just circumference, O world. Thus God the heaven created, thus the earth. Matter unformed and void, a darkness profound, covered the abyss, but on the water calm his brooding wings the Spirit of God outspread, and vital virtue infused and vital warmth throughout the fluid mass, but downward purged the black Tartarus, cold infernal dregs, adverse to life. Then founded, then conglobed, like things to like the rest of several place, disparted, and between spun out the air, and earth self-balanced on her center hung. Let there be light, said God, and forthwith light ethereal, first of things quintessence pure, sprung from the deep, and from her native east to journey through the air gloom began, speared in radiant cloud, for yet the sun was not. She in a cloud tabernacle sojourned the while. God saw the light was good, and light from darkness by the hemisphere divided. Light the day, and darkness night he named. Thus was the first day, even and the morn, nor passed uncelebrated nor unsung by the celestial choirs in orient light, exhaling first from darkness they beheld birthday of heaven and earth. With joy and shout the hollow universal orb they filled, and touched their golden harps, hymning praise God's and his works. Creator them they sung, both when first evening was, and when first morn. Again God said, let there be firmament amid the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters. And God made the firmament expanse of liquid, pure, transparent, elemental air, diffused in circuit to the uttermost convex. of this great round partition, firm and sure, the waters underneath from those above dividing. For as earth, so he the world built on circumfluous waters, calm and wide crystalline ocean, and the loud misrule of chaos far removed, least fierce extremes contagious might distemper the whole frame, and heaven he named the firmament. So even the morning chorus sung the second day. The earth was formed, but in the womb as yet of waters, embryon immature involved, appeared not. Over all the face of the earth, main ocean flowed, not idle, but with warm prolific humor, softening all her globe fermented the great mother to conceive, to satiate the genial moisture, when God said, Be gathered now, ye waters under heaven, into one place, and let dry land appear. Immediately the mountains huge appear, emergent in their broad bare backs upheave. Into the clouds their tops ascend the skies, so high as heaven the tumid hills, so low down sunk a hollow bottom broad and deep, capacious bed of waters. Thither they hasted with glad precipits, abroad as drops on dust conclaving from the dire, part rise in crystal wall or ridge direct for haste. Such flight the great command impressed on the swift clouds, as armies at the call of trumpet for armies thou hast heard, troop to their standards, so the waiting throng, wave rolling after wave were they found, if steep the torrent rapture, if through plain soft ebbing, nor withstood them rock or hill, but they or underground or circuit wide, with serpent error wandering, founding their way, and on the wash hole's deep channels wore, easy or God had bid the ground to be dry. All but within those banks where rivers now stream in perpetual drawl their humid train, the dry land, earth, and the great receptacle of congregated waters he called seas, and saw that it was good, and said, Let the earth put forth the verdant grass, herb yielding seed, and fruit tree yielding fruit tree after her kind, whose seed is in herself upon the earth. He scarce had said when the bare earth, till then desert and bare, unsightly, unadorned, brought forth the tender grass, whose verdure clad her universal face with pleasant green, then herbs of every leaf that sudden flowered, opening their various colors, and made gay her bosom smelling sweet, and these scarce blown, forth flourished thick the clustering vine. Forth crept the smelling gourd, up stood the corny reed, embattled in her field, and the humble shrub and bush with frizzled hair implicit. Last rose as in dance the stately trees, and spread their branches hung with copious fruit, or gemmed their blossoms with high woods. The hills were crowned with tufts, the valleys each fountain side, with borders along the rivers. The earth now seemed like to heaven, a seat where gods might dwell or wander with delight, and love to haunt her sacred shades, though God had yet not reigned upon the earth, and man too till the ground none was, but from the earth a dewy mist went up and watered all the ground, and each plant of the field which ere it was in the earth God made, and every herb before it grew. On the green stem God saw that it was good. So even the morn recorded the third day. Again the Almighty spake, Let there be lights high in the expanse of heaven to divide the day from night, and let them be for signs, for seasons, and for days, and circling years, and let them be for lights as I ordained their office in the firmament of heaven to give light on earth, and it was so. And God made two greater lights, great for their use to man, the greater to have rule by day, the less by night alternate, and made the stars, and set them in the firmament of heaven, to illuminate the earth and rule the day in their vicissitude, and rule the night, and light from darkness to divide. God saw, surveying his great work, that it was good, for of celestial bodies first the sun, a mightier sphere he framed, unlightsome first, though of ethereal mold, then formed the moon, globos, and every magnitude of stars, and sowed with stars the heaven and thick as a field of light by far the greater part he took, transplanted from her cloudy shrine, and placed in the sun's orb, and made porous to receive and drink the liquid light, firm to retain her gathered beams, great palace now of light. Hither as to their fountain other stars, repairing in their golden urns draw light, and hence the morning planet gilds his horns by tincture or reflection. They augment their small peculiar, though from human slight so far remote, did with diminution seen. First in his east the glorious lamp was seen, regent of day and all the horizon round, invested with bright rays, jocund to run his longitude through heaven's high road. The grey dawn and the Pleiades before him danced, shedding sweet influence, less bright the moon, but opposite and levelled west was set his mirror, the full face borrowing her light from him. For other light she needed none in that aspect, and still that distance keeps till night. Then in the east her turn she shines, revolved on heaven's great axle, and her reign with thousands lesser lights individual holds, with thousand stars that then appeared, spangling the hemisphere, then first adorned with their bright luminaries that set and rose. Glad evening, glad morn crowned the fourth day, and God said, let the waters generate, reptile with spawn abundant, living soul, and let fowl fly above the earth with wings displayed on the open firmament of heaven. And God created the great whales, and each soul living, each that crept, which plenteously the waters generated by their kinds, and every bird of wing after his kind, and saw that it was good, and blessed them, saying, by fruitful multiply, and in the seas and lakes and running streams the waters fill, and let the fowl be multiplied on the earth. Forthwith the sounds and seas, each creek and bay, with fire innumerable swarm, and shoals of fish that with their fins and shining scales glide under the green wave, and skulls that oft bank the mid-sea, part single or with mate, graze the sea with their pasture, through groves of coral stray, or sporting with quick glance show to the sun their waved coats dropped with gold, or in the pearl shells at ease that tend moist nutriment, or under rocks their food. In jointed armor watch, on smooth the seal, and bended dolphins play, part huge of bulk, wallowing unwieldy, enormous in their gait, tempts the ocean. There Leviathan, hugest of living creatures, on the deep stretched like a primordial, sleeps or swims, and seems a moving land, and his guiles draws in, his gills draw in, and at his trunk spouts out a sea. Meanwhile the tepid caves and fens and shores their brood as numerous hatch from the egg that soon bursting with kindly rupture forth disclosed their callow young, but feathered soon and fledged. They summon their pins, and soaring the air sublime with clang despise the ground. Under a cloud in prospect, and there the eagle and the stork on cliffs and cedar tops, their eyes build, part loosely wings the region, part more wise and calm and ranged in figure, wedge their way, intelligent of seasons, and set forth their airy caravan, high over seas flying, and over lanes with mutual wing, easing their flight. So steers the prudent crane her annual voyage, borne on winds. The air floats as they pass, fanned with numbered plumes. From branch to branch the smaller birds with song solace the woods, and spread their painted wings, till even nor then the solemn nightingale ceased warbling, but all night tuned her soft lays. Others on silver lakes and rivers bathe their downy breast, the swan with arched neck between her white wings mantling proudly rose her state with oary feet. Yet off they quit the dank, the rising on stiff pinions, towered mid airy sky. Others on ground walked firm, the crested cock whose clarion sounds the silent hours, and the other whose gay train adorns him, colored with the florid hue of rainbows and starry eyes. The water thus with fish replenished, and the air with fowl, evening and morn solemnize the fifth day. The sixth end of creation last arose with evening harps and matin, when God said, let the earth bring forth fowl, living in her kind, cattle and creeping things, and beasts of the earth, each in their kind. The earth obeyed, and straight opening her fertile womb, teemed at the birth in numerous living creatures, perfect forms, limbed and full grown, out of the ground uprose as from his lair in wild beast where he wones in forest wild. In thicket, brake, or den, among the trees in pairs they rose, they walked, the cattle in the fields and the meadows green, those rare and solitary, these in flocks, pasturing at once, and in broad herds upsprung. The grassy clods now calved, now half appeared, the tawny lion pawning to get free his hinder parts, then springs as broke from bonds, and rampant shakes his binded mane, the ounce, the leopard, and the tiger, as the mole rising the crumbled earth above them threw in hillocks, the swift stag from underground bore up his branching head, scarce from his mould. Behemoth, biggest born of earth, upheaved his vastness, fleeced the flocks of bleeding rose, as plants ambiguous between sea and land. The river horse and scaly crocodile at once came forth, whatever creeps the ground, insects or worms. Those wave their limbs fans for wings, and smallest lineaments exact, in all the liveries decked of summer's pride, with spots of gold, of purple, azure, and green. These as a line their long dimension drew, streaking the ground with sinuous trace. Not all minims of nature, some of serpent kind, wondrous in length and corpulence involved. Their snaky folds and added wings first crept the Paradismonis emmet, provided a future in a small room, larger heart enclosed, pattern of just equalate, perhaps hereafter joined in her popular tribes of commonality. Swarming next appeared the filmal bee that feeds her husband drone deliciously, and builds her waxen cells with honey stored. The rest are numberless, and thou their natures knowest, and gavest them names, needless to thee repeated nor known. The serpent, subtlest beast of the field, of huge extent, sometimes with brazen eyes, and hairy mane terrific, though to thee not noxious, but obedient at thy call. Now heaven in all her glory shone, and rowed her motions, as with great fist movers hadn't first wheeled their course. Earth in her rich attire, consummate, lovely smiled. Air, water, earth, by foul fish, beast was flown, was swum, was walk frequent, and of the sixth day yet remained, there wanted yet the master work, the end of all yet done. A creature who not prone and brute as other creatures, but endued with sanctity of reason, might erect his stature, and upright with front serene, govern the rest, the self-knowing, and from thence magnanimous to correspond with heaven, but grateful to acknowledge whence his good descends thither, with heart and voice and eyes directed in devotion to adore and worship God supreme, who made him chief of all his works. Therefore the omnipotent eternal Father, for where is not he present, thus to his Son audibly spake, let us make now man in our image, man in our similitude, and let them rule over the fish and fowl of the sea and air, beasts of the field, and over all the earth, and every creeping thing that creeps the ground. This said, he formed thee, Adam, thee, O man, of dust, of ground, and in thy nostrils breathed the breath of life. In his own image he created thee, in the image of God, express, and thou becamest the living soul. Male he created thee, but thy consort female for race. Then blessed mankind, and said, be fruitful, multiply, and fill the earth. Subdue it, and throughout dominion hold over flesh of the sea, and fowl of the air, and every living thing that moves on the earth. wherever thus created, for no place is yet distinct by name. Thence, as thou knowest, he brought thee into the delicious grove, in this garden, planted with the trees of God, delectable both to behold and taste, and freely all their pleasant fruit for food. Gave thee all sorts are here that all the earth yields, variety without end. But of the tree which tasted works, knowledge of good and evil, thou mayest not, and in the day thou eatest, thou diest. Death is the penalty imposed. Beware, and govern well thy appetite, lest sin surprise thee, and her black attendant death. Here finished he, and all that he had made, viewed, and behold, all was entirely good. So even in morn accomplished the sixth day, yet not till the Creator from his work desisting, though unwearied, up returned up to heaven of heaven's high abode, thence to behold this new created world, the addition of his empire, how it showed in prospect from his throne, how good, how fair, answering his great idea. Up he rode, followed with acclamation, and the sound symphonious of 10,000 harps that tuned angelic harmonies. The earth, the air resounded. Thou rememberest, for thou heardest the heavens and all constellations rung, the planets in their stations listening stood, while the bright pomp ascended jubilant. Open, ye everlasting gates, they sung. Open, ye heavens, your living doors. Let in the great Creator from his work returned, magnificent his 6 days' work. A world open and henceforth oft, for God will design to visit oft the dwellings of just men. Delighted and with frequent intercourse, thither will send his winged messengers on errands of supernal grace. So sung the glorious train ascending. He through heaven that opened wide her blazing portals led to God's eternal house, direct the way, a broad and ample road whose dust is gold, and pavement stars as stars to these appear, seen in the galaxy, that Milky Way, which nightly as a circling zone thou seest powdered with stars. And now on earth the seventh evening arose in Eden, for the sun was set, and twilight from the east came on, for running night, when at the holy mount of heaven's high seat top the imperial throne of Godhead, fixed forever firm and sure, the filial power arrived and sate him down with his great Father, for he also went invisible, yet stayed. Such privilege hath omnipresence, and the worker gained, author and end of all things, and from work now resting, blessed the hallowed the seventh day, a resting on that day from all his work, but not in silence wholly kept. The harp had worked and rested not, the solemn pipe and dulce mora, all organs of sweet stop, all sounds on fret by string of golden wire, tempered soft tunings, intermixed with voice choral or unison of incense clouds, fuming from golden censers, hid the mount creation, and the 6 days act they sung. Great are thy works, Jehovah, infinite thy power, and what thought can measure thee or tongue relate thee greater now in thy return than from the giant angels thee that day. Thy thunders magnified, but to create is greater than created to destroy. Who can impair thee, mighty king, or bound thy empire? Easily the proud attempt of spirits apostate and their counsels vain thou hast repelled, while impiously they thought thee to diminish, and from thee withdraw the number of thy worshippers. Who seeks to lessen thee against his purpose serves to manifest the more thy might his evil thou usest, and from thence createst more good. Witness this new man made world, this new made world, another heaven, another from heaven's gate, not far, founded in view on the clear high line, a glassy sea of amplitude almost immense, with stars numerous, and every star perhaps a world of destined habitation. But thou knowest their seasons, among these the seat of men, earth, and with her nether ocean circumferenced. their pleasant dwelling place, thrice happy men and sons of men whom God hath thus advanced, created in his image there to dwell and worship him, and in reward to rule over his works on earth and sea or air, and multiply a race of worshippers, holy and just. Thrice happy if they know their happiness and persevere upright. So sung they, and the Empyrean rung with hallelujahs. Thus was Sabbath kept. And they requested, think now fulfilled, that asked how first this word and face of things began, and what before thy memory was done from the beginning, that posterity informed by thee might know, if else thou seekest aught not surpassing human measure. Say to whom thus Adam gratefully replied, what thanks sufficient, or what recompense equal have I to render thee, divine historian, who thus largely hast allayed the thirst I had of knowledge, and vouchsafe this friendly condescension to relate things else by me unsearchable now heard with yonder, but delight as is due, with glory attributed to the high Creator. Something yet of doubt remains, which only thy solution can resolve. When I behold this goodly frame, this world of heaven and earth consisting, and compute their magnitudes, this earth a spot of grain and atom, with the firmament compared, and all her numbered stars that seem to rouse spaces incomprehensible, for such their distance argues, and their swift return diurnal, merely to officiate light round this opacious earth, this punctual spot, one day and night in all their vast survey. Useless besides reasoning, I oft admire how nature wise and frugal could commit such disproportions with superfluous hands, so many nobler bodies to create, greater to manifold to this one use, for aught appears, and on their orbs impose such restless revolution day by day, repeated, while the sinned entire earth, that better might with far less compass move, served by more noble than herself, attains her end without least motion, and receives as tribute such a sumless journey broad of incorporeal speed, her warmth and light speed, to describe whose swiftness number fails. So spake our sire, and by his countenance seemed entering on studious thoughts obtrusive, which Eve perceiving, where she sat retired in sight, with lowliness majestic from her seat, and grace that one who saw to wish her stay, rose and went forth among her fruits and flowers, to visit how they prospered, bud, and bloom. Her nursery they at her coming sprung, and touched by her fair tendance gladlier grew. Yet when she not, as not with such discourse delighted, or not capable her ear of what was high, such pleasure she reserved, Adam relating, she sole auditress, her husband the relator she preferred, before the angel, and of him to ask, choose rather he she knew would intermix grateful digressions, and solve high dispute with conjugal caresses. From his lip not words alone pleased her, or when meet now such pairs in love, the mutual honor joined, with goddess-like demeanor forth she went, not unattended, for on her as queen a pomp of winning graces waited still, and from about her shot darts of desire, dual eyes, to wish her still in sight. And Raphael now to Adam's doubt proposed, benevolent and facial, thus replied, to ask or search I blame thee not, for heaven is as the book of God before thee set, wherein to read his wondrous works, and learn his seasons, hours or days or months or years. This to attain whether heaven move or earth imports not, if thou reckoning right. The rest from man or angel the great architect did wisely to conceal, and not divulge his secrets to be scanned by them who ought rather admire, or if they list to try conjecture. He his fabric of the heavens hath left to their disputes, perhaps to move his laughter at their quaint opinions. Wide hereafter, when they come to model heaven and calculate the stars, how they will yield the mighty frame, how build, unbuild, contrive, to save appearances, how gird the sphere, with centric and eccentric scribbled o'er, cycle and ecliptic, orb and orb, already by the reasoning this I guess, who art to lead thy offspring, and supposest that bodies bright and greater should not serve the less not bright, nor heavens such journeys run. Earth sitting still when she alone receives the benefit. Consider first that great or bright infers not excellence. The earth, though in comparison of heaven so small nor glistering, may of solid good contain more plenty than the sun that barren shines, whose virtue on itself works no effect, but in the fruitful earth there first receive his beams, unactive else their vigor find, yet not to earth there those bright luminaries officious, but to the earth's inhabitant. And for the heaven's wide circuit let it speak the Maker's high magnificence, who built so spacious, and his lines stretch out so far that man may know he dwells not in his own, an edifice too large for him to fill, lodged in a small partition, and the rest ordained for uses to his Lord best known. The swiftness of those circles attribute, though numberless to his omnipotence, that to corporeal substances could add speed almost spiritual. Me thou thinkest not slow, who since the morning hour set out from heaven where God resides, and ere midday arrived, in Eden distance inexpressible by numbers that have name. But this I urge, admitting motion in heavens, to show invalid that which thee to doubt it moved. Not that I so affirm, though so it seem to thee who hast thy dwelling here on earth, God to remove his ways from human sense, placed heaven from earth so far that earthly sight, if it presume, might err in things too high, and no advantage gain. What if the sun be center to the world, and of the other stars, by his attractive virtue in their own incited, dance about him various rounds, their wandering course now high, now low, then hid, progressive, retrograde, or standing still. And sixth thou seest, and what if seventh to these the planet earth, so steadfast though the seem, insensibly three different motions move, which else to several spheres thou must ascribe, moved contrary with thwart obliquities, or save the sun his labor, and that swift nocturnal and diurnal roam, supposed invisible, else above all stars, and wheel of day and night, which needs not thy belief, if earth industrious of herself fetch day travelling east, and with her parts averse from the sun's beam meet night, her other parts still luminous by his rays. What if that light sent from her through the wide transpicuous air to the terrestrial moon be as a star, enlightening her by day, she by night, this earth, reciprocal, if land be their fields and inhabitants, her spots thou seest, as clouds, and clouds may rain, and rain produce fruits in her softened soil, for some to eat, allotted there, and other suns perhaps, and with their attendant moons thou wilt descry, communicating male and female light, which two great sexes animate the world, stored in each orb, perhaps with some that live for such vast room in nature, unpossessed by living soul, desert and desolate only to shine, yet scarce to contribute, each orb a glimpse of light conveyed so far down to this habitable, which returns light back to them, so obvious to dispute, but whether thus these things, or whether not, whether the sun predominant in heaven rise on earth, or earth rise on the sun, he from the east this flaming road begin, or she from west her silent course advance with inoffensive pace, that spinning sleeps of her soft axle, while she paces even, and bears thee soft with the smooth arrow long. Solicit not thy thoughts with matters hid, leave them to God above him, serve in fear of other creatures as him pleases best. Wherever placed let him dispose, joy thou in what he gives to thee, this paradise, and thy fair Eve. Heaven is for thee too high to know what passes there. Be lowly wise, think only what concerns thee in thy being. Dream not of other worlds, what creatures there live, in what state, condition, or degree. Contend that thus far hath been revealed, not of earth only, but of highest heaven. To whom thus Adam, cleared or doubt, replied, how fully hast thou satisfied me, pure intelligence of heaven, angel serene, and freed from intricacies, taught to live the easiest way, nor with perplexing thoughts to interrupt the sweet of life, from which God hath bid dwell far off all anxious cares, and not molest us, unless we ourselves seek them with wandering thoughts and notions vain, but apt the mind or fancy is to rove unchecked, and of her roving is no end, till warned or by experience taught she learned that not to know it far of things remote, from use obscure and subtle, but to know that which before us lies in daily life is the prime wisdom. What is more is few, more emptiness or fond impertinence, and renders us in things that most concern unpractised, unprepared, and still to seek. Therefore from this high pitch let us descend to lower flight, and speak of things at hand, useful, whence haply mention may arise something not unseasonable to ask by sufferance, and thy wonted favour dine. Thee I have heard relating what was done, ere my remembrance now hear me relate my story, which perhaps thou hast not heard, and day is yet not spent till then thou seest how subtly to detain thee I devise, inviting thee to hear while I relate, fond here it were not on hope of thy reply. For while I sit with thee, I seem in heaven, and sweeter thy discourses to my ear than fruits of palm tree, pleasantest to thirst and hunger both from labor at the hour of sweet repast. They satiate and soon fill, though pleasant, but thy words with grace divine imbued bring to their sweetness no satiate. To whom thus Raphael answered, heavenly meek, nor are thy lips ungraceful, sire of men, nor tongue ineloquent. For God on thee abundantly his gifts hath also poured inward and outward, both his image fair, speaking or mute, all comeliness and grace attends thee, and each word, each motion forms. Nor less think we in heaven of thee on earth than of our fellow servant, and inquire gladly into the ways of God with man. For God we see hath honored thee, and set on man his equal love. Say therefore on, for I that day was absent as befell, bound on a voyage, uncouth and obscure, far on excursion toward the gates of hell, squared in full legion, such command we had, to see that none thence issued forth as spy or enemy, while God was in his work, least he insist that such eruption bold destruction with creation might have mixed, not that they durst without his leave attempt, but us he sends upon his high behests, for state as sovereign king, and to endure or prompt obedience. Fast we found first shut the dismal gates and barricadle strong, but long ere our approaching heard within noise other than the sound of dance or song, torment and lowered lament and furious rage. Glad we returned up to the coast of light, ere Sabbath evening, so we had in charge. But thy relation now, for I attend, pleased with thy words no less than thou with mine. So spake the godlike power, and thus our sire. For man to tell how human life began is hard, for who himself beginning knew, desire with thee still longer to converse induced me, as new waked from soundest deep, soft on the flowery herb I found me laid in balmy sweat, which with his beams the sun soon dried, and on the reeking moisture fed. Straight toward heaven my wondering eyes I turned, and gazed the while the ample sky, till raised by quick instinctive motion up I sprung, thus thitherward endeavoring, and upright stood on my feet. About me round I saw hill, dale, and shady woods, and sunny plains, and liquid laps of murmuring streams. By these creatures that lived and moved and walked or flew, birds on the branches warbling, all things smiled with fragrance, and with joy my heart overflowed. Myself I then pursued, and limbs by limb surveyed, and sometimes went and sometimes ran, with subtle joints as lively vigor led. But who I was, or where, or from what cause, knew not. To speak I tried, and forthwith spake. My tongue obeyed, and readily could name where I saw. Thou sun, said I, fairer light than thou enlightened on earth, so fresh and gay, ye hills and dales, ye rivers, woods, and plains, and ye that live and move, fair creatures, tell if ye saw how I came thus, how here, not of myself, by some great maker then in goodness and in power preeminent. Tell me how I may know him, how adore from whom I have, that thus I move and live and feel that I am happier than I know. While thus I called and stayed, I knew not whither, from where I first drew air, and first beheld this happy light, and in answer none returned on a green shady bank profuse of flowers. Pensive I sat me down. There gentle sleep first found me, and with soft oppression seized my drowse since, untroubled though I thought I then was passing to my former state, insensible and forthwith to dissolve, when suddenly stood at my head a dream whose inward apparition gently moved my fancy to believe I had yet being and lived. One came, methought, of shape divine, and said, Thy mansion wants thee. Adam, arise, first man of men innumerable ordained, first father called by thee, I come thy guide to the garden of bliss, thy seat prepared. So sang by the hand he took me raised, and over fields and waters as in air smooth sliding without step, last led me up a woody mountain whose high top was plain, a circuit wide enclosed with goodliest trees, planted with walks and bowers, that what I saw of earth before scarce pleasant seemed, each tree loaded with fairest fruit that hung to the eye, tempting, stirred in me sudden appetite to pluck and eat, whereat I waked and found before mine eyes, all real as the dream had lively shadowed, here had new begun my wandering, had not he who was my guide hither from among the trees appeared, presence divine, rejoicing, but with all in adoration at his feet I fell. Submiss he reared me, whom thou soughtest I am, said mildly, author of all this thou seest above or round about thee or beneath. This paradise I give thee, count it thine to till and keep, and of the fruit to eat, of every tree that in the garden grows, eat freely with glad heart, fear here no dearth, but of the tree whose operation brings knowledge of good and ill, which I have set the pledge of thy obedience and thy faith amid the garden by the tree of life. Remember that I warned thee. Shun to taste and shun the bitter consequence. For know the day thou eatest thereof, my soul command transgressest, inevitably thou shalt die. From that day mortal and this happy state shalt lose, expelled from hence into a world of woe and sorrow. Sternly he pronounced the rigid interdiction, which resounds yet dreadful in mine ear, though in my choice not to incur, but soon his clear aspect returned, the gracious purpose thus renewed. Not only those fair bounds, but all the earth to thee and to thy race I give, as lords possess it, and all things that therein live, or live in sea or air, beast, fish, and fowl, in sign whereof each bird and beast behold after their kinds, I bring them to receive from thee their names and pay thee fetal with low subjection. Understand the same of fish within our watery residence, not hither summoned, since they cannot change their element to draw the thinner air. As thus he spake, each bird and beast behold approaching, two and two, these cowering low with blandishment, each bird stooped on his wing. I named them as they passed and understood their nature. With such knowledge God endued my sudden apprehension, but in these I found not what methought I wanted still, and to heavenly vision thus presumed. Oh, by what name? For thou above all these, above mankind, or aught than mankind higher, surpassest far my naming. How may I adore thee, author of this universe and all this good to man, for whose well-being so amply and with hands so liberal thou hast provided all things? But with me I see not who partakes. In solitude what happens, who can enjoy alone, or all enjoying, what contentment find? Thus I presumptuous, and the vision bright, as with a single more brightened, thus replied, what callest thou solitude is not the earth, with various living creatures in the air replenished, and all these at thy command to come and play before thee. Knowest thou not their language and their ways? They also know and reason not contemptibly with these. Find pastime and bear rule. Thy realm is large, so spake the universal Lord, and seemed so ordering. I, with leave of speech implored, and humble depreciation thus replied, let not my words offend thee. Heavenly power, my maker, be propitious while I speak. Hast thou not made me here thy substitute, and these inferior far beneath me set? Among unequals, what society can sort, what harmony or true delight? Which must be mutual in proportion due, given and received, but in disparity. The one intense, the other still remiss, cannot well suit with either, but soon prove tedious alike. Of fellowship I speak, such as I seek, fit to participate all rational delight, wherein the brute cannot be human consort. They rejoice each with their kind, a lion with lioness, so fitly them in pairs thou hast combined. Much less can bird with beast or fish with fowl so well converse, nor with the ox the ape wars, than can man with beast, and least of all where thereto Almighty answered not displeased the nice and subtle happiness I see thou to thyself proposest in the choice of thy associates, Adam, and wilt taste no pleasure, though in pleasure solitaire. What thinkest thou then of me, and this my state? Seem I to thee sufficiently possessed of happiness not? Who am alone from all eternity, for none I know second to me, or like equal much less. How have I then with whom to hold converse, save with the creatures which I made, and those to me inferior, infinite descents beneath that what other creatures are to thee? He ceased. I lowly answered, to attain the height and depth of thy eternal ways, all human thoughts come short. Supreme of things, thou in thyself art perfect, and in thee is no deficiency found. Not so is man, but in degree, the cause of his degree, by conversion with his like to help or solace his defects. No need that thou shouldest propagate, already infinite, and though all numbers absolute, though one, but man by number is to manifest a single imperfection, and beget like of his image, multiplied in unity defective, which requires collateral love and dearest amity, though in thy secrecy, although alone, best with thyself accompanied, seekest not social communication, yet so pleased, canst raise thy creature to what height thou wilt, of union or communion defiled. I by conversing cannot these erect from pro, nor in their ways complacent find. Thus I am bold and spake, and freedom used, permissive and acceptance found, which gained this answer from the gracious voice divine. Thus far to try thee, Adam, I was pleased, and find thee knowing not of beasts alone, which thou hast rightly named, but of thyself, expressing well the spirit within thee free, my image, not important to the brute, whose fellowship therefore unmeet for thee good reason was thou freely shouldest dislike, and be so minded still. I ere thou spakest knew it not good for man to be alone, and no such company as then thou sawest intended thee for trial only brought, to see how thou couldst judge of fit and meet. What next I bring shall please thee. Be assured thy likeness, thy fit help of thy other self, thy wish exactly to thy heart's desire. He ended, or I heard no more. For now my earthly, by his heavenly overpowered, which it had long stood under, strained to the height the celestial colloquy sublime, as with the object that excels the sense, dazzled and spent, sunk down and sought repair of sleep, which instantly fell on me, called by nature as an aid, and closed mine eyes. Mine eyes he closed, but on top left the cell of fancy, my internal sight, by which abstract as in a trance, methought I saw, though sleeping where I lay, and saw the shape still glorious before whom I awake stood, who stooping opened my left side, and took from thence a rib with cordial spirits warm, and lifeblood streaming fresh, Wide was the wound, but suddenly with flesh filled up healed the rib he formed with fashioned with his hands under his forming hands a creature grew, manlike but different sex, so lovely fair, and what seemed fair in all the world seemed now mean, or in her summed up, in her contained, and in her looks, which from that time infused sweetness into my heart, unfelt before, and into all things from her air is inspired the spirit of love and amorous delight. She disappeared and left me dark. I awake to find her forever, to deplore her loss and other pleasures all abjure. When out of hope behold her not far off, such as I saw her in my dream, adored with what all earth or heaven could bestow to make her amiable. On she came, led by her heavenly Maker, though unseen and guided by his voice, nor informed of nuptial sanctity and marriage rites. Grace was in all her steps, heaven in her eye, in every gesture, dignity and love. I overjoyed could not forbear aloud. This turn hath made amends. Thou hast fulfilled thy words, Creator bounteous and benign, Giver of all things fair, but fairest this of all thy gifts, nor enviest. I now see bone of my bone, flesh of my flesh, myself before me. Woman is her name, of man extracted. For this cause he shall forge father and mother, and to his wife adhere, and they shall be one flesh, one heart, one soul. She heard me thus, and though divinely brought, yet innocence and virgin modesty, her virtue, and with consciousness of her womb, what would be wooed, that would be wooed, and not unsought be won. Not obvious, not obtrusive, but retired, the more desirable, or to say all. Nature herself, though pure of sinful thought, wrought in her soul, that seeing me she turned, I followed her. She what was honored knew, and with obscure majesty approved my pleaded reason. The nuptial bower I led her, blushing like the morn. All heaven and happy constellations on that hour shed their selectest influence. The earth gave sign of gratulation, and each hill joyous. The birds, fresh gales and gentle airs, whispered it to the woods, and from their wings flung rose flung odors from the spice shrub, distorting till the amorous bird of night sung spousal and bid haste the evening star on his hilltops to light the bridal lamp. Thus I have told thee all my state, and brought my story to the sum of earthly bliss which I enjoy, and must confess to find in all things else delight indeed, but such as used or not works in the mind no change, nor vehement desire. These delicacies I mean of taste, sight, smell, herbs, fruits, flowers, walks, and the melody of birds. But here far otherwise transported I behold, transported touch. Here passion first I felt, commotion strange and all enjoyable, else superior and moved. Here only weak against the charm of beauty's powerful glance, or nature fouled in me, and left some part not proof enough such object to sustain, or from my side subducting took perhaps more than enough, at least on her bestowed too much of ornament, in outward show elaborate, of inward less exact. For well I understand in the prime end of nature her the inferior in the mind and inward faculties which most excel, in outward also her resembling less, his image who made both and less expressing the character of the dominion given over the creatures. Yet when I approach her loveliness so absolute she seems, and in herself complete, so well to know her own, that what she wills to do or say seems wisest, virtuous, discreetest, bestest. All her higher knowledge in her presence falls degraded. Wisdom in discourse with her loose discountenance, and like folly shews authority and reason on her weight, is one intended first, not after made, occasionally, and to consummate all greatness of mind and noblest their seed, build in her loveliest, and create in all about her, as a guard angelic placed, to whom the angel with contracted brow accused, not nature, she hath done her part, do thou but thine, and be not diffident of wisdom. She deserts thee not, if thou dismiss not her, when most thou needest her nigh. by attributing over as much to things less excellent as thou thyself perceivest. For what admirest thou, what transports thee so? And outside, fair no doubt, and worthy well thy cherishing, thy honoring, and thy love, not thy subjection. Weigh with her thyself, then value oft times nothing profits more than self-esteem, grounded on just and right well managed of what skill the more thou knowest, the more she will acknowledge thee her head, and to realties yield all her shows, made so adorned for thy delight thee more, so awful that with honor thou mayest love thy maid, who sees when thou art seen least wise. But if the sense or touch whereby mankind is propagated seems such dear delight beyond all other, think the same vouchsafe to cattle and each beast, which would not be to them made common divulged, if aught therein enjoyed were worthy to subdue the soul of man, or passion in him move. What higher in her society thou findest attractive, human, rational love, still in loving thou dost well, in passion not, wherein true love consists not. Love refines the thoughts and heart, enlarges, hath his seat in reason, and is judicious, is the scale by which to heavenly love thou mayest ascend, and not sunk in carnal pleasure. For which cause among the beasts no maiden for thee was found, to whom thus half abashed Adam replied, neither her outside form so fair, nor aught in procreation common to all kinds, though higher of the genial bed by far, and with mysterious reverence I deem, so much delights me is those graceful acts, those thousand decencies that daily flow from all her words and actions, mixed with love and sweet compliance, which declare unfeigned union of mind, or in us both one soul harmony to behold in wedded pair, more grateful than harmonized sounds to the ear. Yet these subject not, I to thee disclose what inward sense I feel, not therefore fold, who meet with various objects from the sense variously represented, yet still free, approve the best, and follow what I approve. To love thou blamest me not, for love thou sayest leads up to heaven, is both the way and guide. Bear me then, if lawful, what I ask. Love not the heavenly spirits, and how their love express they, by looks only, or do they mix their radiance, virtual or immediate touch? To whom the angel with a smile that glowed celestial rosy red, love's proper hue, answered, let it suffice that thou knowest us happy, and without love no happiness. Whatever pure thou in the body enjoyest, and pure thou wert created, we enjoy an imminence, an obstacle, find none of membrane, joint, or limb exclusive bars, easier than air with air if spirits embrace, total they mix, union of pure with pure, desiring nor restraint, conveyance need is flesh to mix with flesh, or soul with soul. But I can now no more. The parting sun beyond the earth's green cape, in verdant isles Hesperian, sets my signal to depart. Be strong, live happy, and love, but first of all him who to love is to obey and keep his great command. Take heed lest passion sway thy judgment, do aught which else free will would not admit. Thine and of all thy sons the weal or woe in thee is placed, beware. I in thy preserving shall rejoice, in all the bless and fast, to stand or fall free in thine own arbitrament it lies, bereft within, no outward aid require, and all temptation to transgress repel. So saying, he arose, whom Adam thus followed with benediction, since depart go heavenly guest, ethereal messenger, sent from those sovereign goodness I adore, gentle to me and affable hath been thy condescension, and shall be honored ever with grateful memory. Thou to mankind be good and friendly still, and oft returns. So parted they, the angel up to heaven from the thick shade, and Adam to his bower. Thus ends the seventh book of this god awful book. Oh my god. I didn't realize how horrible this book is. You're probably wondering, why would you say John Milton's work is horrible? Oh my gosh. For about the past, I don't know, 10 minutes or however long I've been reading, man, I'm like, this dude, like, Like all I can think about is all the Hindu, all the Indian stuff, like and Egyptian stuff I read, and I want to pull this thing out over here, and it talks about the qualities of the Divine Father, how he hears all the prayers, and like how his thoughts convey, how his heart conveys thoughts, and the Divine Mother, she's mentioned in all of her qualities, and there's her beautiful qualities are mentioned of who she is. There's Father, there's Mother, there's this portion where these three gods, you got Vishnu, Brahma, and gosh darn it, and Shiva, and these three essentially are like, well, uh, there's a really there. Oh, hold on, wait. I'm thinking of another story. Anyways, there's these like three gods that got together, and they were like, there's two different events. They got together. There's a group of gods, whatever. They got together, and this one winds up shooting out a beam of light because they're contesting who has the greatest power, who's greater among them, and this one shoots out a light, and he's like, but it doesn't come from him. He's like, find the source of the light. And the two other divine beings, they go out fucking journeying practically forever, kind of thing, and they're like, we can't find the source of this thing. This is, dude, you win hands down. Pretty good fucking show. And then you have the portion where the world's getting like taken down, and you have like Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva, and they can't take down this shit. They can't take down the evil that's taking out the world. It's causing problems and bad shit. So they combine their essence, they combine their souls and their energy, and they become like the literal embodiment of the Divine Mother herself, and fucking takes out the evil. Like in every single story all the way around the world, it talks about divinity as a family, as like on the Hindu side there's like people that are known as gopis, and gopis would like follow Krishna around because Krishna was like your Christ character, but Krishna was his own sort. And Krishna, dude, he'd go about, and like the gopis, they'd be these like angelic spirits and people and beings, and they'd follow him everywhere, bro. Every lifetime they follow him, learn from him, love hearing his stories and everything. And it's like, bro, like all this Christian shit is like, I'm the master. There was nothing else before you. So I created you. I destroyed all fucking history of everything. I created motherfucking everything. The nothing else. Oh, hey, guess what? I created a fucking male and a female for every animal so they could fuck. I didn't give you nothing. Screw you, you intelligent human. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want something? You couldn't be my fucking slave and just do what I tell you to do? Oh, fine. I'll create a woman for you. What the fuck? But he didn't create a woman. He pulled her from his rib. That ain't God. If you asking me, God can create a human from nothing. Why did he have to pull a motherfucking rib from a human? Why did he need a sacrifice, a genetic motherfucking sacrifice? Because he was a geneticist. Your motherfucking Christian God was a scientist who became really destructive and destroyed the history of everything and said, motherfucker, I'm it. And if you don't obey me, I'm going to kill you. Submit, bitch. That's your Christian God. That's your Jehovah. That's your fucking. That's bullshit. Everything around the whole world, Egypt, India, Mexico, fucking Australia, everywhere in the world, they got a family of heavenly bodies, man. It's a fucking family. Fuck. Christian bullshit. We need to bury that. Like, in the. Fuck, send it out. Do something with it. Get rid of it. Ooh, we'll give it to Amit, Christianity, man. Just that needs it. We'll put that on the scales, on the Egyptian scales, and let Amit just eat the shit out of that. How about that one? You know who Amit is? Amit is a crocodile, hippopotamus, and lion. He's got a crocodile head, hippopotamus, yeah, hippopotamus. I think the hippopotamus round on the back end, lion, three stomachs, bro. This dude essentially devours shit. So there's no memory. The soul can come back and live, but it will never remember what it was. Like ever. It's permanently erased. Hard drive or erased. man, like I could get that John Milton in one facet could be spreading this shit. And in another facet, he could be like, look how fucked up this is. Do you see how fucked up this is? This sounds pretty fucked up to me. How about you? Does this sound pretty fucked up? Yep. Sounds fucked up to me.
Well, we got a second. There you go. Karen Clayton said, yeah, man, call the committee. That's a fucking second. That's all we need in the universe. You just need a first to acknowledge and be like, yo, this is a problem. And somebody else is like, yo, it is a problem. I second that shit. And then the universe is like, oh, it is? Let us start working on it. And then, like, shit just happens. And then, whoops.
Soy garlic. You made me think of Soylent Green.
Oh, man. Look at the world we're in. I was reading from, I was reading the, fucking, so I don't even want to remember the name. Paradise Lost. I was reading Paradise Lost. Jeez. The next portion, I think it's the next portion, like, Satan convinces Eve to be like, yo, God's a bunch of bullshit. Like, why don't you come over here? Like, listen to some shit. You're not gonna die. He said you're gonna die when you eat the fruit. Go ahead, go eat the fruit. We'll check how we're doing tomorrow, okay? We'll prove it right then and there. I ate the fruit. Look, I didn't die. See, you could eat it too and not die. Fucking dumbass. The woman is the one who saved Adam. The woman was the fucking wise one to eat something and learn something different and get the fuck out of Dodge. Like, damn it, Adam, are you fucking stupid? Like, stop it. Why do you keep going back and letting people smack you in the face? Stop it. None of this makes sense, bro. If it doesn't make sense, it means they're keeping secrets. It's that easy. Because if you don't know what you're doing, then you throw your hands up and you say, you know what? I don't know. I'm leading the way, but I don't fucking know. Like, be honest about it. Shit, nobody else knows either. At least you're doing a good job moving forward in a direction nobody knows how to go. Come on. Look at our little crocodile. Yeah. We got the crocodile that ate up, that put a fucking, took Hook's hand and made friends with him. See, like, I found a crocodile, and then, see, I got it on me. I found the crocodile, and then the hook was stuck in his fucking mouth when Hook was fucking with him. And so I took that out, and now me and the crocodile, we real good friends, and we're like, you know what? Screw that crap. All them fucking shiny motherfuckers built up, man, and tear down on the esoteric side of things. No physical badness, it could fall all by itself. A Jenga kind of thing. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Now everybody knows about that one. Whoops, let out another one of your secrets. Whoops. It's kind of hard to keep your head underground when something keeps poking at your ass. I don't know, man. I don't. Can I go back to reading that book? I gotta look over the eighth book, man. Like, it fucked me up so much. I didn't even go for a smoke right away. Up till now, it's been started getting a little. I don't know. We'll keep reading. We'll try to finish it out. If the eighth book fucking jabs at me in the side again, like, and I can't take it, then I'll quit. I'll give it a round two. I'll give it a give it a round two. Fucking God is such a fucking load of shit. The construct of it, the construct of no family, of pure subjection. It's just like, man. Here's what I read. I'll put it plain out. I can understand certain motherfucking words, and the combination of those words, that's some powerful shit. That's some powerful shit. Okay, so I'm reading things, and I'm like, I'm seeing the encoding, the blueprint encoding for like mind control. And I'm like, that's not cool. But it needs to be fucking read. It needs to be read to really fucking point out. Let me poke you in the chest so you finally say something about it. Maybe that's what the spirit I just said what they were doing. It's not maybe. They were poking me in the chest. I speak up about it. But that's what I found in the world. That's what I found in other people is like love. Is love. And in Christianity, like, there are people who have love. There are people within that grouping that have love, that are love. They got greater values and living ways than they'll ever read or has been shouted from them from some pulpit. But that Christian thing is no more than a money wagon, a fame game, a look at me, let me tell the world what are you doing? What are you doing? You're teaching weakness. Weakness by not informing people, by keeping secrets. We all know the motherfucking underground portion under the Vatican and all the fucking shit they have under there. Aren't you supposed to be religious? They are more than religious. That's why they have the power they have. But they created a system built of how to run slavery. They optimized slavery to turn it into employee. That's what a Christian motherfucking book did. Fuck that shit. That's the real stuff that you get down to. There's philosophers and wise. These people, man, they went to college. They went to big schools. They went to places that honor Jesus and love God and all of this shit to the T. And they pop out people like that, man. I'm not saying he was all on the bad side or anything, but damn, did he lay down. I, but that's stuff I had to read in the beginning of my journey to be like, look how controlling that is. Look what you've been stuck in for 28 years of your life. You've been following this mindset. You've been hanging around these people. This is the organization built on Charlemagne's blood and his killing, what he did, and it was built on that. Look at what you've been doing. You might want to turn the other direction. You can't fight with it. Just turn the other motherfucking direction. You can't save nobody. Just turn another direction and start walking. It'll be a better direction than what you've been hanging around in, because what I was hanging around was causing me to have that influence, to have that kind of mindset in the past, which is just as much as they say be no part of the world, which is exactly like the rest of the fucking world. Selfish as a motherfucker. like the vast amount of stuff my mind goes to immediately of everything I've studied, everything I've looked into, like even on the Egyptian side, even the most worst evil on the Egyptian side, on the Kemetic side, they're like, well, technically that's Ra's brother. Technically, not Set, like the original one, a Pep. They have that balance. They have that duality. They both let their own things realm and exist. They're always going to come back. They're always going to meet up. So that cycle will never end. They are eternally linked, like the yin yang energy. It's very easy to see something that's designed to lead from the person at the top, the pyramid system. And as we're on the lines of talking about it, I consider those things in Egypt and around the world generators. They're more of a generator. They're, they might have a shape, but their function is not just stone sitting there. That pyramid, that one at the top, the way of what they turned it into has truly caused the ills of our world, and we all know it plain and simple. And there's no reason for me to get stuck in that junk. And that's why our choices today of what to focus on what to look at, on what to be aware of, is very vital, is very vital. Maybe that's exactly what I needed. I think that's exactly what I needed. All right, I'll do it. I'll tell you what I'd be inclined to do is we're at book 8, and there was originally only 10 books, but then he winds up writing 11 and 12 to follow the pattern of the time. But shit, if it goes back to stuff like that was in book 7, fuck that shit. I can't do that again. Can't do that. I was just like, fuck that. Nope. That's the way it gotta be sometimes in life. Because people keep you around for something you don't want to be around for. They'll do something you don't like, and they'll keep poking, they'll keep pushing, and then they blame you for your reaction, and that's a whole bunch of mental gymnastics, abusive mental gymnastics that I found. That's straight up abusive. So I don't tend to deal with those things. I don't go back to that kind of stuff. Once I see that something's abusive, I'm fucking out. But like I see Achilles in Greek, I see some things that seems pretty cool. And up until book seven, I was okay reading it and going back over the information. Like I was going over yesterday, the ability to um, chomp up information that you've already been through, you already understand, um, and is completely opposite to one's own view. A real scientist says, well, that's part of the freaking experiment, so I got to include, I can't ignore the substance. That's going to invalidate everything. All my research, all my work, it's going to invalidate because I left something out. I have to include everything that's proper to be included. That would make sense. Ooh, okay. That would make sense. Okay. From what I've read from John Milton and from like what I'm connecting with, he's like a lot of people in this world nowadays. They, a person will make a divine connection. Okay, a person will make a meaningful divine connection on their own accord. Whatever religion they're in, whatever system they're going through, it's their faith, their belief, it's life, anyways. And as they're going through that, as they're learning that, um, I like the birds. They make a person makes a very divine connection. Okay, and there are powers in this world, and they are very aware of individuals um, entering their power. Okay, and they recruit these individuals, religions, organizations, groups, individuals, fucking assholes, like anybody. Okay, like legit. They see what a person's going through and they exploit them. And then they turn them into one of their mind control little motherfucking puppets. And then that person with a direct connection to divinity itself is now fucking, they're sold. They're a sellout. I don't care how you put it. It's called being a sellout from the age that I grew up. And I ain't no motherfucking sellout. Fuck that shit. I am who I am, and I will own that till the beginning and end of my life. And I will refine myself. I will get better at things. I will be aware of things. I will work smoother at things. But I am who I am, and I know who I am. And
There's influences in the world. Like the Spirit says, write 10 books. That's all you need. 10 is completion. You're done. From beginning, from thought to manifestation, you're complete. And then what did he do? He was obviously pressured, convinced, somehow, some way, nudged to write 2 more books to fit in with the standard of society. So the dude was definitely free thinking, free connected. The dude was definitely sharing truths that other people were like, shut the fuck up. But at the same token, he put stuff in that made them people were like, shut the fuck up. Like, they'd be like, oh, he's my ally, he's my friend because he's sharing our narrative. Like some shit like that, okay? Like, that's how the experts work. I'm just, I'm not going to be here one day. I'm going to be gone. Whenever that day is, maybe far, far, far distant from today. But I'll share everything I know with you. Let them judge me. I know who my father is, and I know who my mother is. And they said, enjoy life. You earned it. You done the good shit. You earned it. What makes you happy? There ain't nothing wrong with that. What you do, it's okay. Enjoy life. Responsibly, but enjoy. I thought I lost something, and then I was like, ooh, it's right there. I looked right there before, but now it's right there. That was nice. On numerology, there are 2 different systems. There's actually, let's see if I can find it real quick. I'm going to do a long search of it. And I think I got it in here. Maybe I wrote it in my other book. No, I did write it in here. Hold on, wait. There's the Chaldean chart. And the Chaldean chart only goes up to 8. It does not employ the number 9. There is a numerology system that only goes up to number 9. There is a numerology system that employs up to 10. There are various numerology systems. So depending on what numerology system you're utilizing, it would convert into. I am using an ancient oracle system, Kemetic ancient oracle system, known as the Metu Neter, which 1 and 10, or 0 and 10, are more like on and off, and 1 through 9 are your sequences that you work through on the emotional, telepathic, chi level, all that stuff. Anyways. Oh, okay. Book 8, Paradise Lost. Ooh, I got it. 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 My next book. I've not written another book in a long time. I've not worked on a book in a long time. I've written some little things here and there. That's an idea. All right, Paradise Lost, John Milton. No more of talk where God or angel guest with man as with his friend familiar used to sit indulgent and with him partake rural repast, permitting him the while venial discourse unblamed. I now must change those notes to tragic, foul distrust and breach disloyal on the part of man, revolt and disobedience on the part of heaven, now alienated, distance and distaste, anger and just rebuke and judgment given, that brought into this world a world of woe, sin and her shadow, death and misery, death's harbinger. Sad task, yet argument, not less but more heroic than the wrath of stern Achilles on his foe pursued, thrice fugitive about Troy wall, or rage of Turnus for Lavinia disposed, or Neptunus' ire, or Junos, that so long perplexed the Greek and Cytherae's son. If answerable style I can obtain of my celestial patroness, who deigns her nightly visitation unimplored, and dictates to me slumbering, or inspires easy my unpremeditated verse, since first this subject for heroic song pleased me long choosing, and beginning late, not sedulous by nature to indite wars hitherto the only argument, heroic deemed chief magistry to dissect, with long and tedious havoc fabled knights and battles feigned, the better fortitude of patience and heroic martyrdom unsung, or to describe races and games, or tilting furniture, emblazoned shields, impresses quaint, caparisons and steeds, and bases and tinsels trappings, gorgeous knights at joust and tournament, then martial feast served up in hall with sewers and seneschals, the skill of artifice or office mean, not that which justly gives heroic name to person or to poem. Me of these, nor skilled nor studious, higher argument remains sufficient of itself to raise that name, unless an age too late or cold climate or years damp my intended wing depressed, and much they may, if all be mine, not hers who brings it nightly to my ear. The sun was sunk, and after him the star of Hesperus, whose office is to bring twilight upon the earth, short arbiter twixt day and night, and now from end to end night's hemisphere had veiled the horizon round, when Satan, who late fled before the threats of Gabriel out of Eden, now improved in meditated fraud and malice, bent on man's destruction, maugre what might hap of heavier on himself, fearless returned. By night he fled, and at midnight returned, from compassing the earth, cautious of day, since Uriel, regent of the sun, descried his entrance, and forewarned the cherubim that kept their watch. Thence, full of anguish driven, the space of 7 continuing nights he rode with darkness. Thrice the equinoctial line he circled, 4 times crossed the car of nights from pole to pole, traversing each color. On the 8th returned, and on the coast the verse from entrance or cherubic watch by stealth found unsuspected way. There was a place, now not, though sin, not time, first wrought the change, where Tigris at the foot of paradise into a gulf shot underground, till part rose up a fountain by the tree of life, and the river sunk, and with it rose Satan involved in rising mist, then sought where to lie hid. See, he had searched in land from Eden over Pontus and the Pole Malthus up beyond the river Alb, downward as far as Antarctic, and in length west from Orontes to the ocean barred, and Darien, thence to the land where flows Ganges and Indus. Thus the orb he roamed with narrow search and with inspection deep, considered every creature which of all most opportune might serve his wiles, and found the serpent subtlest beast of all the field. Him after long debate, irresolute of thoughts revolved, his final sentence chose fit vessel, fittest imp of fraud, in whom to enter and his dark suggestion hide from sharpest sight. For when the wily snake Whatever slice none would suspicious mark, as from his wit and native subtlety proceeding, which in other beasts observed, doubt might beget or diabolic power active within beyond the sense of brute. Thus he resolved, but first from inward grief his bursting passion into plaints thus poured. O earth, how like to heaven, if not preferred more justly, seat worthier of gods, is built with second thoughts, reforming what was old. For what god after better worse would build terrestrial heaven, danced round by other heavens that shine, yet bear their bright officious lamps, light above light, for thee alone, as seems in thee, concentrating all their precious beams of sacred influence? As God in heaven is center, yet extends to all, so thou centering receivest from all those orbs in thee, not in themselves, all their known virtue appears, productive in herb, plant, and nobler birth of creatures animate with gradual life of growth, sense, reason, all summed up in man. With what delight could I have walked thee round, if I could joy in aught sweet interchange of hill and valley, rivers, woods, and plains, now land and now sea, shores with forest crowned, rocks, dens, and caves, but I in none of these find place or refuge, and the more I see pleasures about me, so much more I feel torment within me, as from that hateful siege of contraries all good to me becomes. Vain, and in heaven much worse would be my state, but neither here I seek, I no, nor in heaven to dwell, unless by mastering heaven supreme, nor hope to be myself less miserable by what I seek, but others to make such as though I thereby worse to me redound, for only in destroying I find ease to my relentless thoughts, and him destroyed or won to what may work his utter loss, for whom all this was made, all this will soon follow, as to him linked in weal or woe. In woe then that destruction wide may range, to me shall be the glory, sole among the infernal powers, in one day to have marred what the Almighty styled 6 nights and days continued making, and who knows how long before had it been contriving, though perhaps not longer than since I in one night freed from servitude and glorious waneth half the angelic name, and thinner left the throng of his adorers, he to be avenged and to repair his numbers thus impaired, whether such a virtue spent of old now failed more angels to create, if they at least are his created, or to spite us more, determined to advance into our ruin, a creature formed of earth, and him endow, exalted from so base original, with heavenly spoils, our spoils, what he decreed, he effected. Man he made, and for him built magnificent this world, and earth his seat. Him Lord pronounced, and oh, indignity. I will come right back here. I gotta wash my foot real quick.
There's this one time I got this spider bite and I didn't wash it. And because I didn't wash it for a good while, it wound up being like really bad. And then somebody was like, "Did you wash it?" Because I was trying to look for like things to fix it. And, and I was like, "No, I didn't." So, anyways, um, I sew, um, and and I dropped needles of my sewing needles. So I found one with my foot. Anyways, back to book 8 we're on. Subjected to his service, angel wings and flaming ministers to watch and tend their earthly charge. Of these the vigilance I dread and to elude, thus wrapped in mist of midnight vapor glide obscure, and pry in every bush and brake, where hap may find the serpent sleeping in whose mazy folds to hide me and the dark intent I bring. O foul descent, that I, who erst contended with gods to sit the highest, am now constrained into a beast, and mixed with bestial slime, this essence to incarnate and imbrute into the height of deity aspired. But what will not ambition and revenge descend to? Who aspires must down as low as high he soared, obnoxious first or last to basest things. Revenge, at first though sweet, bitter ere long, back on itself recoils. Let it, I reck not, so it alight well aimed. Since higher I fall short, on him who next provokes my envy, this new favorite of heaven, this man of clay, son of despite, whom us the more to spite his maker raised from dust, spite thin with spite is best repaid. So saying, through each thicket dank or dry, like a black mist low creeping, he held on his midnight search, where soonest he might find the serpent, him fast sleeping, soon he found in labyrinth of many a round self round, his head the midst, well stored with subtle wiles, not yet in horrid shade or dismal din, not innocent yet, but on the grassy herb, fearless, unfeared he slept. In at his mouth the devil entered, and his brute sense, in heart or head possessing soon inspired, with act intelligental, but his sleep disturbed not, waiting close the approach of morn. Now when sacred light began to dawn, and Eden on the humid flowers, he breathed their morning incense, and when all things that breathe from the earth's great altar send up silent praise to the Creator, and his nostrils filled with great smell, forth came the human pair and joined their vocal worship to the choir of creatures wanting voice. That done, partake the season prime for sweetest scents and airs, then commune how that day they best may ply their growing work. For much their work outgrew the hands dispatched of two gardening so wide. And Eve first to her husband thus began: Adam, well may we labor still to dress this garden, still to tend plant, herb, and flower, our pleasant task enjoined. But till more hands aid us, the more work under our labor grows, luxurious by restraint. Would we by day lop overgrown, or prune or prop or bind, one night or two with wanton growth derides, tending to wild? Thou therefore now advise or hear what to my mind first thoughts present. Let us divide our labors, thou where choice leads thee, or where most needs, whether to wind the wood vine round this arbor, or direct the clasping ivy where to climb, while I in yonder spring of roses intermixed with myrtle, and what to redress till noon. For while so near each other thus all day, our task we choose, and wonder if no near looks intervene and smiles, or object new casual discourse drawn on with intermits. Our day's work brought to little, though begun early, and the hour of supper comes unearned, to whom mild answer Adam thus returned: Soul Eve, associate soul to me beyond compares, above all living creature dares. Well hast thou motioned,
Well, thy thoughts employed, how we might best fulfill the work which dear God hath assigned us, nor of me shall pass unpraised. For nothing lovelier can be found in woman than to study household good and good workers in her husband to promote. Yet not so strictly hath our Lord imposed labor as to debar us when we need refreshment, whether food or talk between, food to the mind, or this sweet intercourse of looks and smiles. For smiles from reason flow, to brute denied and are of love the food. Love not the lowest end of human life, for not to irksome toil, but to delight he made us, and delight to reason joined. In these paths and bowers doubt not, but our joint will keep from wilderness with ease, as wide as we need walk, till younger hands ere long assist us. But if much converse, perhaps thee sashay to short absence I could yield. For solitude sometimes is best society, and short retirement urges sweet return. But other doubt possesses me, lest harm befall thee severed from me. For thou knowest what hath been warned us, what malicious foe envying our happiness, and of his own despairing seeks to work us woe and shame by sly assault, and somewhere nigh at hand watches no doubt with greedy hope to find he wished the best advantage us asunder, hopeless to circumvent us joined, where each to other's speedy aid might lend at need, whether his first design do be to withdraw our fealty from God, or to disturb conjugal love, than which perhaps no bliss enjoyed by us excites us envy more. Or this, or worse, leave not the faithful side that gave thee being, still shades thee and protects the wife where danger or dishonor lurks. Safest and seemliest by her husband stays, who guards her, who with her the worst endures, to whom the virgin majesty of Eve, as one who loves in some unkindness meets, with sweet austere composure thus replied, offspring of heaven and earth, and all earth's lords, to such an enemy we have, who seeks our ruin, both by thee informed I learn, and from the parting angel overheard, as in the shade nook I stood behind, just then returned at shed of evening flowers. But that thou shouldest my firmness therefore doubt to God or thee, because we have a foe may tempt it, I expected not to hear his violence thou fearest not, being such as we, not capable of death or pain, can either not receive or can repel his fraud, is then thy fear, which plain infers thy equal fear that my firm faith and love can by this fraud be shaken or seduced. Thoughts which how found they harbor in thy breast. Adam, misthought of her to thee so dear, to whom with healing words Adam replied, Daughter of God and man, immortal Eve, for such thou art, from sin and blame entire, not different to thee I do dissuade thy absence from my sight, but to avoid the attempt itself, intended by our foe, for he who tempts, though in vain, at least asperses the tempered with dishonor foul, supposed not incorruptible of faith, not proof against temptation, thou thyself with scorn and anger wouldst resent the offered wrong, though ineffectual found, missing not then, if such affront I labor to avert from thee alone, which on us both at once the enemy, though bold, will hardly dare, or daring first on me the assault shall light, nor thou his malice and false guile contemn. Subtle he needs must be, who could seduce angels, nor think superfluous others' aid. I from the influence of thy looks receive access in every virtue in thy sight, more wise, more watchful, stronger, if needed, of outward strength, while shame, thou looking on, shame to be overcome or overreached, would utmost vigor raised and raised unite. Why shouldest not thou like sense within thee feel, when I am present on thy trial, choose with me best witness of thy virtue tried? So spake domestic Adam in his care and matrimonial love, but Eve, who thoughtless attributed to her faith sincere, thus her reply with accent sweet renewed. In this be our condition, thus to dwell in narrow circuits straitened by a foe, subtle or violent, we not endued, single with like defense, wherever met. How are we happy, still in fear or harm? But harm precedes not sin, only our foe, tempting affront us with his foul esteem of our integrity. His foul esteem sticks no dishonor on our front, but turns foul on himself. Then wherefore shunned or feared by us, who rather double honor gain from his surmise prove false, find peace within, favor from heaven, our witness from the event. And what is faith, love, virtue, unaside, alone, without exterior help sustained? Let us not then suspect our happy state left so imperfect by the Maker wise, as not secure to single or combined. Frail is our happiness, if this be so, and Eden were no Eden thus exposed. To whom thus Adam fervently replied, O woman, best are all things as the will of God ordained them, his creating hand, nothing imperfect or deficient left. Of all that he created, much less man, or aught that might his happy state secure from outward force. Within himself the danger lies, yet lies within his power. Against his will he can receive no harm. But God left free the will, for what obeys reason is free, and reason he made right. But bid her well beware, and still erect, at least by some fair as appearing good surprised, she dictate false, and misinform the will to do what God expressly hath forbid. Not then mistrust, but tender love enjoins, that I should mind thee oft, and mind thou me. Firm we subsist, yet possible to swerve, since reason not impossibly may meet some specious object by the foe suborned, and fall into deception unaware, not keeping strictest watch as she was warned. Seek not temptation then, which to avoid were better, and most likely, if from me thou serve not. Trial we Trial will come unsought. Wouldst thou approve thy continence, prove first thy obedience. The other who can know, not seeing the attempted who attest. But if thou think trial unsought may find us both secure, then thus warned thou seemest. Go, for thy stay, not free, absence thee no more. Go in thy native innocence, rely on what thou hast in virtue, summon all, for God towards thee hath done his part, do thine. So spake the patriarch of mankind, but Eve persisted, yet submiss, though last replied. With thy permission then, and thus forewarned chiefly by what thy own last reasoning words touched only, that our trial windly sought may find us both perhaps far less prepared, the willinger I go, nor much expect a foe so proud, or first the weaker seek. So bent the more shall shame him his repulse. Thus saying from her husband's hand, her hand soft she withdrew, and like a wood nymph, light Oread or Dryad, or of Dahlia's that train, betook her to the groves, but Dahlia's self in gates surpassed, and goddess like to port, though not as she with bow and quiver armed, but with gardening tools as are yet rude, guiltless of fire had formed, or angels brought to pails, or Pomorna thus adorned, like as she seemed, Pomona when she fled, Vertumnus, or to Ceres in her prime, yet virgin Proserpina from Jove. Her long with ardent looks his eye pursued, delighted but desiring more her stay. Oft he to her his charge of quick return repeated, she to him is oft engaged, to be returned by noon amid the bower, and all things in best order to invite noontide repast of afternoon's repose, of much deceived, much failing, hapless eve, of thy presumed return, event perverse, thou never from that hour in paradise foundest either sweet repast or found repose. Such ambush hid among sweet flowers and shades, waited with hellish rancor imminent, to intercept thy way, or send thee back, despoiled of innocence, of faith, of bliss. For now and since first break of Dwayne the fiend, mere serpent in appearance, forth was come, and on his quest, where likely as he made find the only two of mankind, but in them the whole included race, his purposed prey. In bower and field he sought, where any tuft of grove or garden plot more pleasant lay, their tendance or plantation for delight, by fountain or by shady rivulet. He sought them both, but wished his hap might find Eve separate. He wished, but not with hope of what so seldom chanced when to wish beyond his hope. Eve separate he spies, veiled in a cloud of fragrance, where she stood, half spied, so thick the roses bushing round about her glowed, oft stooping to support each flower of slender stalk, whose head, though gay carnation, purple azure, or specked with gold, hung drooping unsustained. Them she upstays gently with myrtle band, maidenless the while, herself, though fairest unsupported flower, from her best prop so far, and storn so high, ne'er here drew, and many a walk traversed of stateliest covert cedar, pine, or palm, then voluble and bold, now hid, now seen among thick woven arborets and flowers, embroidered on each bank and hand of Eve, spot more delicious than those gardens famed, or of ravied Adonis, or renowned Alashinus, host of old Laertes' son, or that not majestic where the Sapian king held dalliance with his fair Egyptian spouse. Much he the place admired, the person more, as he who long in populous city been, where houses thick and sewers annoy the air, forth issuing on a summer's morn to breathe among the pleasant villages and farms adjoined, from each thing met conceives delight, the smell of grain, or tedded grass, or kind, or jerry, each rural sight, each rural sound. If chance with nymph-like step fair virgin pass, what pleasing seemed for her now pleases more she most, and in her look sums all delight. Such pleasure took the serpent to behold this flower plat, the sweet recess of Eve. Thus early, thus alone, her heavenly form angelic, but more soft and feminine, her graceful innocence, her every air of gesture or least action overawed his malice, and with rapine sweet bereaved his fierceness of the fierce intent it brought. The space the evil one abstracted stood from his own evil, and for the time remained stupidly good, or imminently disarmed of guile, of hate, of envy, of revenge, but the hot hell that always in him burns, though in mid heaven, soon ended his delight, and tortures him now more, the more he sees of pleasure not for him ordained. Then soon fierce hate he recollects, and all his thoughts of mischief gratulating thus excites. Thoughts whither have he led me? With what sweet compulsion thus transported to forget? What hither brought us hate, not love nor hope of paradise or for hell? Hope here to taste of pleasure, but all pleasure to destroy, save what is in destroying. Other joy to me is lost. Then let me not let pass occasion which now smiles. Behold alone the woman, opportune to all attempts, her husband, for I view far round, not nigh, whose higher intellectual more I shun, and strength of courage, haughty, and of limb heroic build, though of terrestrial mould, foe not informidable, exempt from wound, I not so much hath held debased in pain, enfeebled me to what I was in heaven. She fair, divinely fair, fit love for gods, not terrible, though terror be in love and beauty, not approached by stronger hate, hate stronger under shoe of love well feigned, the way which to ruin now I tend. So spake the enemy of mankind, enclosed in serpent inmate bad, and toward Eve addressed his way, not with intended wave, prone on the ground, his sense but on his rear, circular base of rising folds that towered, fold above fold, a surging maze. His head crested aloft, and carbuncle eyes with burnished neck of verdant gold, erect amidst his circling spires, and on the grass floated redundant. Pleasing was his shape, and lovely, never since of serpent kind, lovelier not those that Illyria changed, here the mighty Cadmus of the god Erbaterus, nor which transformed Agamemnon Jove, where the Capitolone was seen, he with Olympias, this with her who bore Serpio the height of Rome, with tract oblique at first as one who sought access, but feared to interrupt sidelong he works his way, as when a ship by skilful steersmen wrought nigh river's foul mouth or forehead, where the wind veers oft as oft so steers and shifts her sails, so varied he, and of his tortuous train curled many a wanton wreath in sight of Eve, to lure her eye. She busied, heard the sound of rustling leaves, but minded not, as used to such disport before her through the field from every beast, more duteous at her call than the Circean call, the herd disguised. He bolder now, uncalled before her stood, but as in gaze admiring oft he bowed his turret crest and sleek enamelled neck, fawning and licked the ground whereon she trod, his gentle dumb expression turned at length the eye of Eve to mark his play. He glad of her attention gained with serpent tongue, organic or impulse of vocal air, his fraudulent temptation thus began. Wonder not, sovereign mistress, if perhaps thou canst, who art sole wonder, much less arm thy looks, the heaven of mildness with disdain displeased, that I approach thee thus, and gaze insatiate I thus single, nor have feared thy awful brow, more awful thus retired, fierce resemblance of thy Maker fair. Thee all living things gaze on, all things thine, by gift in thy celestial beauty adore, with ravishment beheld, their best beheld, where universally admired, but here in this enclosed wild, these beasts among, beholders rude and shallow to discern half what in these is fair, one man except who sees thee, and what is one who shouldst be seen as goddess among gods, adored and served by angels numberless, thy daily train. So glows the tempter, and his prone tuned into the heart of Eve, his words made way. Though at the voice much marvelling, at length not unamazed, she thus in answer spake: What may this mean? Language of man pronounced by tongue of brute, and human sense expressed. The first at least of these I thought denied the beast, of whom God on their creation day created mute to all articulate sound. The latter I demur, for in their looks much reason, and in their actions of oft appears. The serpent, subtlest beast of all field, I knew, but not with human voice endued. Redouble then this miracle, and say, how canst thou, speakable of mute, and how to me so friendly grown above the rest of brutal kind, that daily are in sight? Say, for such wonder claims attention due, to whom the guileful temper thus replied: Empress of this fair world, resplendent to Eve, easy to me it is to tell thee all what thou commandest, and right thou shouldest be obeyed. I was at first as other beasts that graze, that trod an herb of abject thought, and lo, as was my food, nor aught but food discerned, or sex, and apprehend nothing high, till on a day roving the field I chanced a goodly tree far distant to behold, loaded with fruit of fairest colors mixed, ruddy and gold. I nearer drew to gaze, when from the boughs a savory odor blown, grateful to appetite, more pleased my sense than smell of sweetest fennel, or the teats of ewe or goat dropping with milk at even, unsucked of lamb or kid, to tend their play, to satisfy the sharp desire I had of tasting those fair apples. I resolved not to defer hunger and thirst at once. Powerful persuaders, quickened at the scent of that alluring fruit, urged me so keen about the mossy trunk. I wound me soon, for high from ground the branches would require the utmost reach of atoms. Round the tree all other beasts that saw with like desire, longing, and envying stood, but could not reach amid the tree now got, where plenty hung, tempting so high to pluck and eat my fill. I spared not for such pleasure till that hour at feet or fountain never had I found. Sated at length, ere long I might perceive strange alteration in me to degree of reason in my inward powers, and speech wanted not long, though to this shape retained. Thenceforth to speculation high or deep I turned my thoughts, and with capacious mind considered all things visible in heaven or earth or middle, all things fair and good, but all that fair and good in thy divine semblance and in thy beauty's heavenly ray united I beheld, no fair to thine equivalent or second, which compelled me thus, though importune perhaps, to come and gaze and worship thee of right declared, sovereign of creatures, universal dame. So talked the spirited sly snake, and Eve, yet more amazed, unaware, thus replied, Serpent, thy overpraising leaves in doubt the virtue of that fruit in thee first proved. But say, where grows the tree? From hence how far? For many are the trees of God that grow in paradise, and various yet unknown to us. In such abundance lies our choice, as leaves a greater store of fruit untouched, still hanging incorruptible, till men grow up to their provision, and more hands help to disburden nature of her birth. To whom the wily adder, blithe and glad, Empress, the way is ready and not long. Beyond a row of myrtles on a flat, passed by a fountain, one small thickest past, of blowing myrrh and balm. If thou accept my conduct, I can bring thee thither soon. Lead them, said Eve, he leading swiftly round entangles, and make intricate seem straight. To mischief swift, hope elevates, and joy brightens his crest, as when a wandering fire compact of unconscious vapor, which the night condenses, and the cold environs round, kindled through agitation to a flame, which oft they say some evil spirit attends, hovering and blazing with delusive light, misleads the amazed night wanderer from his way to bogs and mires off through pond or pool, there swallowed up and lost from succor far. So glistened the dire snake, and enthralled led Eve, our credulous mother, to the tree of prohibition, root of all our woe, which when she saw, thus to her guide she spake, Serpent, we might have spared our coming hither, fruitless to me, though fruit be here to excess, the credit of whose virtue rests with thee, wondrous indeed if cause of such effects. But of this tree we may not taste nor touch. God so commanded, and left that command, sole daughter of his voice. The rest we live, law to ourselves, our reason is our law. To whom the tempter guilefully replied, Indeed, hath God then said that of the fruit of all these garden trees ye shall not eat? Yet Lords declared of all in earth or air. To whom thus Eve, yet sinless, of the fruit of each tree in the garden we may eat. But of the fruit of this fair tree amidst the garden God hath said, Ye shall not eat, therefore not shall ye touch it, lest ye die. She scarce had said, though brief, when now more bold the tempter, but with the show of zeal and love demand an indignation at his wrong. New part puts on, and as to passion move, fluctuates disturbed, yet comely in act raised, as of some great matter to begin, as when of old some orator renowned in Athens or free Rome, where eloquence flourished, since mute to some great cause addressed, stood in himself collected, while each part, motion, each act, won audience o'er the tongue, sometimes in high began,
as no delay or preface brooking through his zeal of right. So standing, moving, or high upgrown, the tempter all in passion thus began. O sacred, wise, and wisdom-giving plant, mother of science! Now I feel thy power within me clear, not only to discern things in their causes, but to trace the ways of highest agents, deemed however wise. Queen of this universe, do not believe those rigid threats of death. Ye shall not die. How should ye? By the fruit? It gives you life to knowledge. By the threatener? Look on me, me who hath touched and tasted, yet both live, and life more perfect have attained than fate meant me, by venturing higher than my lot. Shall that be shut to man which to the beast is open, or will God incense his ire for such a pretty trespass, and not praise rather than your dauntless virtue, whom the pain of death denounced? Whatever thing death be, deterred not from achieving what might lead to happier life. Knowledge of good and evil of good, how just of evil, if what is evil be real, why not known, since easier shunned? God therefore cannot hurt ye, and be just, not God, not feared, then nor obeyed. Your fear itself of death removes the fear. Why then was this forbid? Why but to all? Why but to keep ye low and ignorant? His worshippers, he knows that in the day ye eat thereof, your eyes that seem so clear, yet are but dim, shall perfectly be then opened and cleared, and ye shall be as gods, knowing both good and evil as they know, that ye should be as gods, since I as man, eternal man, is but proportion meet. I of brute human, ye of human gods, so ye shall die perhaps by putting off human, to put on gods, death be to wish, though thought threaten, which no worse than this can bring. And what are gods that man may not become as they participating godlike food? The gods are first, and that advantage use on our belief that all from them proceeds. I question it, for this fair earth I see, warmed by the sun, producing every kind, them nothing, if all things who enclose knowledge of good and evil in this tree, that whoso eats thereof forthwith attains wisdom without their leave. And wherein lies the offense that man should thus attain to know what can your knowledge hurt him, or this tree impart against his will if all be his? Or is it envy, and can envy dwell in heavenly breasts? These, and more causes import your need to of this fair fruit. Goddess humane, reach them and freely taste. He ended, and his words replete with guile into her heart to easy entrance won. Fixed on the fruit she gazed, which to behold might tempt alone, and in her ears the sound yet rung of his persuasive words, impregnated with reason to her seeming and with truth. Meanwhile the hour of noon drew on, and waked an eager appetite raised by the smell so savory of that fruit, which with desire inclinable now grown to touch or taste, solicited her longing eye. Yet first pausing awhile, thus to herself she mused: Great are thy virtues, doubtless best of fruits, though kept from man, worthy to be admired, who taste too long forborne at first to say, gave illusion to the mute, and taught the tongue not made for speech to speak thy praise. Thy praise he also who forbids thy use, conceals not from us, naming thee the tree of knowledge, knowledge both of good and evil. Forbids us then to taste, but his forbidding commends thee more, while it infers the good by thee communicated, and our want. For good unknown, sure, is not had, or had, and yet unknown, is as not had at all. In plain, then, what forbids he but to know forbids us good, forbids us to be wise. Such prohibition blind not. But if death blind us with after bands, what profits then our inward freedom in the day we eat of this fair fruit? Our doom is, we shall die. How dies the serpent?
He hath eaten and lives, and knows and speaks and reasons and discerns, irrational till then. For us alone was death invented, or to us denied this intellectual food. For beasts reserved, for beasts it seems yet that one beast which first hath tasted envies not, but brings with joy the good befallen him. Author unsuspect, friendly to man, far from deceit or guile, what fear I then? Rather, what know to fear under this ignorance of good and evil, or God or death, of law or penalty? Here grows the cure of all, the fruit divine, fair to the eye, inviting to the taste, of virtue to make wise. What hinders then to reach and feed at once both body and mind? So saying, her rash hand in evil hour, forth reaching to the fruit she plucked, she eat earth felt the wound, and nature from her seat, sighing through all her works, gave signs of woe, that all was lost. Back to the thicket slunk the guilty serpent, and well might, for Eve, intent now wholly on her taste, naught else regard such delight till then as seemed in fruit she never tasted, whether true or fancied. So, through expectation high of knowledge, nor was God hid from her thought. Greedily she ignored without restraint, and knew not eating death, satiate at length, and heightened as with wine, jocund with boon, thus to herself she pleasingly began. O sovereign, virtuous, precious of all trees, in paradise of operation, blessed, to sapience hitherto obscured and famed, in thy fair fruit let hang as to no wind created, but henceforth my early care, not without song, each morning and due praise shall tend thee, and the fertile burden ease of thy full branches offered, free to all, till dieted by thee I grow mature in knowledge, as the gods who all things know, though others envy what they cannot give. For had the gift been theirs, it had not here thus grown. Experience next to thee I owe, best guide, and not following thee I had remained in ignorance. Thou openest wisdom's way and givest access. Though secret she retire, and I perhaps am secret. Heavens high, high and remote to see from thence distinct each thing on earth, and other care perhaps may have diverted from continual watch our great forbidder, safe with all his spies about him. But to Adam, in what sort shall I appear? Shall I to him make known as yet my change, and give him to partake full happiness with me, or rather not, but keep the odds of knowledge of my power without co-partner? So to add what wants in female sex, the more to draw his love, and render me more equal, and perhaps a thing not undesirable, sometimes superior, for inferior who is free? This may be well, but what if God have seen and death ensue? Then I shall be no more, and Adam wedded to another Eve, and shall live with her enjoying, I extinct. A death to think confirmed, then I resolve, Adam shall share with me in bliss or woe, so dear I love him. With that him all deaths I could endure, without him live no life. So saying, from the tree her steps she turned, but first low reverence dawned as to the power that dwelt within, whose presence had infused into that plant sensual sap, derived from nectar, drank of gods. Adam, the while waiting desirous her return, had wove of choicest flowers a garland to adorn her tresses, and her rural labors crown as reapers oft are wont their harvest queen. Great joy he promised to his thoughts, and new solace in her return, so long delayed. Yet oft his heart, divine of ill, misgave him. He the faltering measure felt, and forth to meet her went. The way she took that morn when first they parted, by the tree of knowledge he must pass. There he here her met. Scarce from the tree returning in her hand a bough of fairest fruit, that down smiled, new gathered, and ambrosial smell diffused. To him she hasted, and her face excuse came prologue and apology to prompt, which with bland words at will she thus addressed: Hast thou not wondered, Adam, at my stay? Thee I have missed, and thought it long deprived thy presence, agony of love till now, not felt nor shall be twice, for never more mean I to try what rash untried I sought, the pain of absence from thy sight, but strange hath been the cause, and wonderful to hear this tree is not as we are told, a tree of danger tasted, nor to evil unknown, opening the way but of divine effect to open eyes and make them gods who taste, and hath been tasted such, the serpent wise, or not restrained as we, or not obeying, hath eaten of the fruit and is become not dead as we, or threatened, but thenceforth endured with human voice and human sense, reasoning to admiration, and with me persuasively have so prevailed that I have also tasted and have also found the effects to correspond. Opener my eyes, dimmers dilated, spirits ampler heart, and growing up to Godhead, which for thee chiefly I sought, without thee can despise. For blisses thou hast part, to me is bliss, tedious, unshared with thee, and odious soon. Thou therefore also taste, that equal lot may join us, equal joy as equal love, lest thou not tasting different degree disjoin us, and I then too late renounce diet for thee, when fate will not permit. Thus Eve with countenance blithe her story told, but in her cheek distemper flourishing glowed. On the other side, Adam, soon as he heard the fatal trespass done by Eve, amazed, astonished, stood and blank, while a horror chill ran through his veins and all his joints relaxed. From his slack hand the garland wreath for Eve drowned dropped, and all the faded roses shed. Speechless he stood and pale, till thus at length first of himself he inward silence broke. O fairest of creation, last and best of all God's works, creature in whom excelled whatever kin to flight or thought to be found, holy, divine, good, amiable, or sweet, how art thou lost, how on a sudden lost, de fact deflowered, and now to death devote? Rather, how hast thou yielded to transgress the strict forbiddance, how to violate the sacred fruit forbidden? Cursed fraud of enemy hath beguiled thee, yet unknown in me with thee hath ruined, for with thee certain my resolution is to die. How can I live without thee? How forego thy sweet converse and love so dreary join, to live again in these wild woods forlorn? Should God create another Eve, and I another rib of four, yet loss of thee would never from my heart. No, no, I feel the link of nature draw me, flesh of flesh, bone of my bone thou art, and from thy state mine never shall be party or bliss or woe. So having said, as one from sad dismay recomforted, and after thoughts disturbed, submitting to what seemed remediless, thus in calm mood his words to Eve he turned. Bold deed thou past presumed, adventurous Eve, in peril great provoked, who thus hast dared, had it been only coveting to eye that sacred fruit, sacred to abstinence, much more to taste it under bane to touch, but past who can recall or dawn undo? Not God omnipotent, nor fate, yet so perhaps thou shalt not die. Perhaps the fact is not so heinous now. For tasted fruit profaned first by the serpent, by him first made common and unhallowed, ere one tastes, nor yet on him found deadly. Yet he lives, lives as thou saidst, and gains to live as man higher degree of life, inducement strong to us as likely tasting to attain proportional assent, which cannot be but to gods or angels, demigods. Nor I think that God, creator wise, though threatening, will in earnest so destroy us, his prime creatures, dignified so high, set over all his works, which in our fall for us created means with us must fail, dependent made, so God shall uncreate, be frustrate, do undo, and labor loose, not well conceived of God, who, though his power creation could repeat, yet would be loath thus to abolish, lest the adversary triumph and say, fickle their state whom God most favors, who can please him long?
Me first he ruined, now mankind. Whom will he next? Matter of scorn not to be given the foe, however I with thee have fixed my lot, certain to undergo like doom if death consort with thee. Death is to me as life, so forcible within my heart I feel the bond of nature draw me to my own in thee, for what thou art is mine. Our state cannot be severed, we are one flesh. To loose thee were to loose myself. So Adam and thus Eve to him replied, O glorious trial of exceeding love, illustrious evidence, example high, engaging me to emulate, but short of thy perfection. How shall I attain, Adam, from whose dear side I boast me sprung, and gladly of our union hear thee speak? One heart, one soul in both, wherefore good proof this day affords, declaring thee resolved rather than death, or aught than death more dread shall separate us, linked in love so dear, to undergo with me one guilt, one crime, if any be, of tasting this fair fruit, whose virtue for of good still good proceeds, direct or by occasion hath presented this happy trial of thy love, which else so eminently never had been known. Were it I thought death menaced would ensue, this my attempt I would sustain alone. The worst did not persuade thee, rather die deserted than oblige thee with a fact pernicious to thy peace, chiefly assured remarkably so late of thy so true, so faithful love unequalled. But I feel far otherwise the event, not death, but life, augmented, opened eyes, new hopes, new joys, taste so divine, that what of sweet before hath touched my sense, flat seems to this, and harsh of my experience, Adam freely taste, and fear of death delivered to the winds. So saying, she embraced him, and for joy tenderly wept, much one that he is love had so ennobled, as of his choice to incur divine displeasure for her sake, or death, in recompense for such compliance, had such recompense best merits. From the boff she gave him of that fair enticing fruit with liberal hand, he scrupled not to eat against his better knowledge, not deceived, but finally overcome with female charm. Earth trembled from her entrails, as again in pangs and nature gave a second groan. Sky lowered, and muttering thunder some sad drops wept at completing of the mortal sin original, while Adam took no thought, eating his fill, nor Eve to iterate her former trespasses feared, the more to soothe him with her loved society, that now as with new wine intoxicated both they swim in mirth and fancy, that they feel divinity within them breeding wings, wherefore to scorn the earth but that false fruit far other operation first displayed, carnal desire inflaming, he on Eve began to cast lascivious eyes. She him as wantonly repaid, in lust they burned, till Adam thus gan Eve to dalliance move. Eve, now I see thou art exact of taste, and elegant of sapience no small part, since to teach meaning savor we apply, and palate call judicious. I the praise yielded thee so well this day thou hast purveyed. Much pleasure we have lost, while we abstained from this delightful fruit, nor known till now true relish, tasting. If such pleasure be in things to us forbidden, it might be wished, for this one tree had been forbidden 10. But come so well refreshed, now let us play as meet is after such delicious fare. For never did thy beauty since the day I saw thee first and wedded thee, adorned with all perfection, so inflame my sense with ardor to enjoy fairer now than ever bounty of this virtuous tree. So said he, and forbore not glance or toy or amorous intent, well understood of Eve, whose eye darted contagious fire. Her hand he seized, and to a shady bank thick overhead with verdant roof embowered,
He let her nothing loath. Flowers wore the couch, pansies and violets and asphodel, and hyacinths, earth's fresh, softest lap. These were their fill of love, and love's disport took largely of their mutual guilt the seal, the solace of their sin, till the wise sleep oppressed them, wearied with their amorous play. Soon as the force of that fallacious fruit, that with exhilarating vapor bland about their spirits had played, and inmost powers made air, was now excelled, and grosser sleep, bred of unkindly fumes, with conscious dreams encumbered now had left them. Up they rose as from unrest, and each the other viewing, soon found their eyes how opened, and their minds how darkened. Innocence, that as a veil had shadowed them from knowing ill, was gone. Just confidence in native righteousness and honor from about them. Naked, left to guilty shame, he covered, but his robe uncovered more. So rose the dainty, strong Herculean Samson from that harlot lap of Philistine Dahlia, and waked shorn of his strength. They destitute and bare of all their virtue, silent and in face confounded, long they sate as struck and mute, till Adam, though not less than Eve, abashed, at length gave utterance to these words constrained. O Eve, in evil hour thou didst give care to that false worm, of whomsoever taught the counterfeit man's voice, true in our fall, false in our promised rising. Since our eyes opened, we find indeed, and find we know both good and evil, good lost and evil got. Bad fruit of knowledge, if this be to know, which leaves us naked thus, if honor void of innocence, of faith, of purity, our wanton ornaments now solid and stained, and in our faces evident the signs of foul conspirance, whence evil store, even shame the last of evils, of the first be sure then, how shall I behold the face henceforth of God or angel? Erst with joy and rapture so oft beheld, those heavenly shapes will dazzle now this earthly with their blaze insufferably bright. O might I here in solitude live savage in some glad obscured, where highest woods impenetrable to star or sunlight spread their umbrage broad and brown as evening. Cover me, ye pines, ye cedars, with innumerable balls. Hide me where I may never see them more. But let us now, as in bad plight, devise what best may for the present serve to hide the parts of each man from other, that seem most to shame obnoxious and unseemless seen. Some tree whose broad smooth leaves together sewed and girded on our loins may cover round those middle parts, that this newcomer shame there sit not, and reproach us as unclean. So counselled he, and both together went into their thickest wood. There soon they chose the fig tree, not that kind of fruit renowned, but such as at this day to Indians known. In Malabar or Deccan spreads, her arms branching so broad and long, that in the ground and bended twigs take root, and daughters grow about the mother tree, a pillared shade high overarched, and echoing walks between. There oft the Indian herdsman, shunning heat, shelters in cool, and tends his pasturing herds at loopholes cut through thickest shade. Those leaves they gathered broad as Amazonian targe, and with what skill they had together sewed to girt their waist, vain covering if to hide their guilt and dreaded shame. Oh, how unlike to their first naked glory, such of late Columbus found the American to girt with feathered cincture, naked else and wild among the trees on isles and woody shores. Thus fenced in as they thought, their shame in part covered, but not at rest or ease of mind, they sate them down to weep, nor only tears rained at their eyes, but high winds worse within began to rise, high passions, anger, hate, mistrust, suspicion, discord, and shook sore their inward state of mind. Calm region once and full of peace, now tossed and turbulent for understanding world not, and will the herd not their lore, both in subjection now to sensual appetite, who from beneath usurping over sovereign reason claims superior sway. From thus distempered breast, Adam, estranged in look and altered style, speech intermitted thus to Eve renewed. Would thou hearts hearken to my words, stayed with me as I besought thee, when the strange desire of wandering this unhappy morn, I know not whence, possessed thee? We had then remained still happy, not as now, despoiled of all our good, shamed, naked, miserable. Let none henceforth see needless calls to approve the faith they owe. Then earnestly they seek such proof, conclude they then begin to fail. To whom soon moved with touch of blame thus Eve, what words have passed thy lips? Adam severe, imputest thou that to my default or will of wandering as thou callest it? Which who knows but might as ill have happened thou being by, or to thyself perhaps hadst thou been there, or bare there an attempt, thou couldst not have discerned fraud in the serpent, speaking as he spake, no ground of enmity between us known, why he should mean me ill or seek to harm. Was I to have never parted from thy sight, as good have grown there still a liveless rib? Being as I am, why didst not thou the head command me absolutely not to go, going into such danger as thou saidst? To face how then thou didst not much gainsay, nay, didst permit, approve, and fair dismiss. Hadst thou been firm and fixed in thy dissent, neither had I transgressed, nor thou with me. To whom then first incensed Adam replied, is this the love, is this the recompense of mine to thee, ingrateful Eve, expressed immutable when thou wert lost? Not I, who might have lived and joined immortal bliss, yet willingly chose rather death with thee. And am I now unbraided, as the cause of thy transgressing? Not enough severe, it seems, in thy restraint. What could I more? I warned thee, I admonished thee, foretold the danger and the lurking enemy that lay in wait. Beyond this had been force, and force upon free will hath here no place, but confidence then bore thee on, secure either to me no danger, or to find matter of glorious trial. And perhaps I also erred in over much admiring what seemed in thee so perfect, that I thought no evil durst attempt thee. But I rue that error now which is become my crime, and thou the accuser. Thus it shall befall him who do worth in women over trusting, lets her will rule. Restraint she will not brook, and left herself, if evil hence ensue, she first his weak indulgence will accuse. Thus they in mutual accusation spend the fruitless hours, but neither self-condemning, and their vain contest appearing no end. Thus the end of the 8th book. Man, when I was younger, shoot, I empowered my mother. I, man, my mother, when I stood behind her, bro, like, whether I was there or not, but, like, especially if I was there, like, dude, she'd conquer anything. She'd take out anything. I don't care what their plans were. I don't care what their goals were. Man, my mom was like, screw the word beast. She was a tactician, bro. She was a tactician. And, like, nobody could get the best on her. Not in life. Not like that. She will win so fast, so much. And that's what I see. I see people saying, "Whoa, watch out. Stay inside the city and don't go outside the city. Make sure you do what I tell you to. First, we got to cut down all the trees. Then we got to organize all the vines. Then we got to do this. Then we got to do that. Now we got to build some buildings. Now we got to start a food market. Now we got to go da 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 da." It's a whole fucking construction of fucking different society. And they disempowered individuals and caused them to argue amongst themselves. I see them arguing amongst themselves, and I'm like, damn, You don't know what kind of future actually laid before you. Was that paradise or was that actual future peril? The stories that were handed down are hints. What they are, they're stories. They're methods of how to understand life being presented to us. Just people who lived for years and years and years, and they're trying to share some understanding that they were able to perceive, and it was worth remembering. And I found women have strength. They have ability, man. And depending who it is, I don't know. Just because you have strength and power and ability, don't mean necessarily you should be like rah all the time. That's for sure. Um, differently created, most definitely, man. Like you always feel your mother's strength around you, flowing through you. She's hanging close. Like that's definitely a truth right there. That is definitely a reality. Um, our loved ones, they're very much aware of us, and there's blessings that I go over and things I go over, and a lot of times it's the power of a name. Speaking the name is like giving them a little extra power and presence. I'm gonna call it how I see it. Going all the way back to Eden and God and that whole story, uh, you'd never know who. I met him once, never got a phone number, never got an email. Weird things, interesting things, aligned things. Um, but I have personally had interactions with individuals who can actually directly manipulate. And when I say manipulate, I do not mean in a negative way. I mean they can manipulate like an artist the elements and create the future. They can create a presence of energy that will feel divine. They can do that at will. And they can set that up at a place or a building or a structure. Um, And I can't help but see that the construct on the Christian side of the reason why we have a whole Christian thing was because this dude had this dream supposedly, and then he went forth and killed and slaughtered everybody who didn't believe what he said, and now that's what everybody bows to. Do some history. Do some history. That's all I'm saying. Charlemagne. Do some history on Charlemagne. That's all I'm saying. There's this one dude, and he's like, he found all these other fucking divine beings that he learned from. That's how he learned how to do some fucking magical, esoteric, I made you feel peace, I made you feel love, whatever the fuck. Like I caused an eagle to fly overhead. Wow, it's an energy thing. It's not fucking okay. It is wizardry. It's not rocket science. Well, kind of. It's quantum. Uh, but there was somebody who was able to tap into this, and they went to a different land, and then they were like, "Yo, everybody, like, there's nothing else out there. Do what I say. Do what I say. I'll make your life good. Don't do what I say. Oh, I'm gonna make it miserable." I mean, like, I mean, come on, let's get to the truth of it. It says in the day that you're gonna eat that apple. Now, in the end of Revelation, let's from Genesis to Revelation, let's just do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. In Revelation, at the very end, is I'm gonna get the words off, but it says if you change a single word in this book, you're fucked. Go back to Genesis, and it says the dude, the the big grand creator they believe in, said, well, the day you eat this, you're gonna die. He didn't say my day is 1,000 years, so 1,000 years later you're gonna. He said in the fucking day, in the whole 6 days of creation, heaven and light. He created the fucking day and night. He created the rotation. It's got a 24-hour fix. Shouldn't die. All them extra words is changing fucking words. Metaphorical, blah, 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 blah. Not what I read. What I read said this and said that, and, well, it sounds like somebody got fired. You didn't follow the rules of the job. You didn't wear the right name badge or fucking do whatever correctly, and now you get kicked out of the job, and you feel like, oh my gosh, my life is over. It's horrible out here. But then you're like, hold on a second. There's not really all that much in the world to chase after, and all that other stuff is pretty much distracting and problemsome. Have a lot more peace. Somebody told me a long time ago, and it's very true. If you wanna learn how to run a country, just read the Bible. I'll teach you how to do that. Teach you how to be a conqueror and all that kind of shit. I had to look deeper. I had to look at scriptures. I had to look at pieces, massive portions in that book where they just mention a couple of words, and I had to think for days and weeks, and then discover the truth, see beyond the bullshit and the lies, and then realize what I realized and what the world is. And it will continually try to fool and distract you and play games on you and manipulate you into different directions. So I like reading various books on various cultures, various philosophers, get a wide view of understanding of things. Any thoughts on what it means if you get bitten by a spider in a dream? They're there is information to receive, and that information is not going to come in uh, through a pleasing method. It's going to kind of leave you on your tush for a little bit, and you'll need to heal from that, but you'll heal from it just all right. And if you can process the information, the experience that you wind up having in life, if you can actually gain from it, then you can actually move forward with that experience. But I tell you what, if you're still here, differently created, um, and her strength is definitely with you, and that's how my journey's been with my mom. Is that her strength joined with me, and I saw, and I remember, and I looked at all of those strengths and all of those positive ways, and we will go through life consistently, um, seeming like taking out emotional challenges along our journey, just trying to live our life and dealing with obtruse uh, gossip kind of stuff and the rumor mill and all that kind of junk. And it seemed like one battle after another. And after she passed away, I focused on her and I looked at all of that. I looked at the way we did things. She kept guiding my mind to different scriptures. It started with the Bible, Jesus, all that good stuff, moved into Jewish and Egyptian, Kemetic, and other nations, and Nordic, and all that kind of stuff afterwards. But she really gave me the strength of I can do this. I, I have an opinion, but my opinion is not just an opinion. It's been formed through experiences of reality, of which I haven't allowed some false idea to dissuade my objective and my purpose. My heart is real, and what I see is real. And truly, our mothers from the other side of the veil, and they be reaching through it themselves and moving things for us in our life. I've mentioned it several times, and I don't mind mentioning it again. If Josh is still here, what is Setch? I mean, so essentially you've got Set, which would be the dark, the the chaos, and you have Ra, which would be the light, the order, and you have your own chi. You have your own chakra system. You have your own energy, and through that system, we balance the dark and the light. We allow it to exist within us. And that would be the meaning of Setra, is being able to utilize all of those negative aspects to produce good works, to use one's understandings, their everything that they have to themselves to be able to affect something for a positive course in the future. And a lot of people, what they think is positive is what's comfortable, what's known, what's familiar. And so change is difficult. Change in thinking, change in reasoning, openness to new science, ideas, philosophies. That's what gives birth to a generation of Einsteins and Aristotles and Plato's, all the wise minds. Surely it's the philosophers we need in these days to push our future forward. There's plenty of individuals who are very capable to move events in this world through whichever proper channels, legally, lawfully, governmentally, all that good stuff, but they lack the idea to implement. They don't know which idea is best to employ next. And so through philosophy, through sharing, through a heart of openness, regardless of the information, to freely speak, to freely speak, that that opens the options of the future, that creates more pathways in the future. And yeah, so that's that's a big portion of me and who I am and part of the Cetra life. Suwushi, very cool, very cool. Mention reminds me a lot of what my best friend was talking about recently. He's a Kemetic pagan, and it's interesting how we wind up connecting the energies, which put us on very similar talking points. And especially when you've been talking to somebody personal, and then you have a second person like validate or bring that same information um, to the present within a short period of time, that is definitely what I would call an omen. That's a divine message being given to you through two different sources and saying, hey, yep, there's truth here. There's something to believe in here. There's something to really grasp, and that helps us be able to take care of whatever we need to in our day-to-day life. Very welcome, Lucky. Only the shadows. World is getting weirder by the day. Yeah, every single day is getting a little bit weirder. Things have certainly been shocking up. That's a fact. That's a fact. To the good shaking up, to the good change, to the positive change. So somebody had mentioned The Alchemist to me about reading The Alchemist, and I looked into it just a little bit. I read the prologue, which is not even a full-on page, and I've heard this before. I was told this when I was younger, and I was like, "Whoa, this is a prologue from this book?" And then I started connecting with people who told me this. Well, I don't remember who told me exactly, but obviously, like, they had read this book and were just telling me, like, the intro of it. The prologue, the name, who it mentions over and over, is Narcissus. 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 But I feel like pronouncing it as Narcissus. Narcissus. So I'm going to pronounce it like that, but you already know. But we're going to get into that one. It's this one is translated by Clifford Landers. And the prologue of The Alchemist, it says, the alchemist picked up a book that someone in the caravan had brought. Leafing through the pages, he found a story about Narcissus. Narcissus. The alchemist knew the legend of Narcissus, a youth who knelt daily beside a lake to contemplate his own beauty. He was so fascinated by himself that one morning he fell into the lake and drowned. At the spot where he fell, a flower was born, which was called the Narcissus. But this was not how the author of the book ended the story. He said that when Narcissus died, the goddess of a forest appeared and found the lake, which had been fresh water, transformed into a lake of salty tears. Why do you weep? The goddess asked. I weep for Narcissus, the lake replied. Ah, it is no surprise that you weep for Narcissus, they said, for though we always pursued him in the forest, you alone could contemplate his beauty close at hand. But was Narcissus beautiful? The lake asked. Who better than you to know? The goddess said in wonder. After all, it was by your banks that he knelt each day to contemplate himself. The lake was silent for some time, and finally it said, I weep for Narcissus, but I never noticed that Narcissus was beautiful. I weep because each time he knelt beside my banks, I could see in the depths of his eyes my own beauty reflected. What a lovely story, the alchemist thought. The boy's name was Santiago. Dusk was falling as the boy arrived with his herd at an abandoned church. The roof had fallen in long ago, and an enormous sycamore had grown on the spot where the scarcity had once stood. He decided to spend the night there. He saw to it that all in the sheep entered through the ruined gate, and then laid some planks across it to prevent the flock from wandering away during the night. There were no wolves in the region, but once an animal had strayed during the night, and the boy had to spend the entire next day searching for it. He swept the floor with his jacket and lay down, using the book he had just finished reading as a pillow. He told himself that he would have to start reading thicker books. They lasted longer and made more comfortable pillows. It was still dark when he awoke, and looking up, he could see the stars through the half destroyed roof. I wanted to sleep a little longer, he thought. He had the same dream that night as a week ago, and once again he had awakened before it ended. He arose and, taking up his crook, began to awaken the sheep that still slept. He had noticed that as soon as he awoke, most of the animals also began to stir. It was as if some mysterious energy bound his life to that of the sheep, with whom he had spent the past 2 years, leading them through the countryside in search of food and water. They are so used to me that they know my schedule, he muttered. Thinking about that for a moment, he realized that it could be the other way around, that it was he who had become accustomed to their schedule. But there were certain of them who took a bit longer to awaken. The boy prodded them one by one with his crook, calling each by his name. He had always believed that the sheep were able to understand what he said. So there were times when he read them parts of his books that had made an impression on him, or when he would tell them of the loneliness or the happiness of a shepherd in the fields. Sometimes he would comment to them on the things he had seen in the villages they passed. But for the past few days he had spoken to them about only one thing: the girl, the daughter of a merchant who lived in the village they would reach in about 4 days. He had been to the village only once the year before. The merchant was the proprietor of a dry goods shop, and he always demanded that the sheep be sheared in his presence so that he would not be cheated. A friend had told the boy about the shop, and he had taken his sheep there. "I need to sell some wool," the boy told the merchant. The shop was busy, and the man asked the shepherd to wait until the afternoon. So the boy sat on the steps of the shop and took a book from his bag. "I didn't know shepherds knew how to read," said a girl's voice behind him. The girl was typical of a region of Andalusia, with flowing black hair and eyes that vaguely recalled the Moorish conquerors. "Well, usually I learn more of my sheep than my books," he answered. During the 2 hours that they talked, she told him she was the merchant's daughter and spoke of life in the village, where each day was like all the others. The shepherd told her of the Andalusian countryside and related the news from the other towns where he had stopped. It was a pleasant change from talking to his sheep. "How did you learn to read?" the girl asked at one point. "Like everybody learns," he said, "in school." "Well, if you know how to read, why are you just a shepherd?" The boy mumbled an answer and allowed him to avoid responding to her question. He was sure the girl would never understand. He went on telling stories about his travels, and her bright Moorish eyes went wide with fear and surprise as the time passed. The boy found himself wishing that the day would never end, that her father would stay busy and keep him waiting for 3 days. He recognized that he was feeling something he had never experienced before: the desire to live in one place forever. With the girl with the raven hair, his days would never be the same again. But finally, the merchant appeared and asked the boy to shear 4 sheep. He paid for the wool and asked the shepherd to come back the following year. And now it was only 4 days before he would be back at the same village. He was excited and at the same time uneasy. Maybe the girl had already forgotten him. Lots of shepherds passed through, selling their wool. "It doesn't matter," he said to the sheep. "I know other girls in other places." But in his heart he knew that it did matter. And he knew that shepherds, like seamen and like traveling salesmen, always found a town where there was someone who could make them forget the joys of carefree wandering. The day was dawning, and the shepherd urged his sheep in the direction of the sun. "They never have to make any decisions," he thought. "Maybe that's why they always stay close to me." The only things that concerned the sheep were food and water. As long as the boy knew how to find the best pastures in Andalusia, they would be his friends. Yes, their days were all the same, with the seemingly endless hours between sunrise and dusk, and they had never read a book in their young lives and didn't understand when the boy told them about the sights of the cities. They were content with just food and water, and in exchange they generously gave of their wool, their company, and once in a while their meat. If I became a monster today and decided to kill them one by one, they would become aware only after most of the flock had been slaughtered, thought the boy. They trust me, and they've forgotten how to rely on their own instincts because I lead them to nourishment. The boy was surprised at his thoughts. Maybe the church with the sycamore growing from within had been haunted, and it caused him to have the same dream for a second time, and it was causing him to feel anger towards his faithful companions. He drank a bit from the wine that remained from his dinner of the night before, and he gathered his jacket closer to his body. He knew that a few hours from now, with the sun at its zenith, the heat would be so great that he would not be able to lead his flock across the fields. It was the time of day when all of Spain slept during the summer. The heat lasted until nightfall, and all that time he had to carry his jacket. But when he thought to complain about the burden of its weight, he remembered that because he had the jacket, he had withstood the cold of dawn. We have to be prepared for change, he thought, and he was grateful for the jacket's weight and warmth. The jacket had a purpose, and so did the boy. His purpose in life was to travel. And after 2 years of walking the Andalusian terrain, he knew all the cities of the region. He was planning on this visit to explain to the girl how it was that a simple shepherd knew how to read, that he had attended a seminary until he was 16. His parents had wanted him to become a priest, and thereby a source of pride for a simple farm family. They worked hard just to have food and water, like the sheep. He had studied Latin, Spanish, and theology, but ever since he had been a child, he had wanted to know the world, and this was much more important to him than knowing God and learning about man's sins. One afternoon, on a visit to his family, he had summoned up the courage to tell his father that he didn't want to become a priest, that he wanted to travel. "People from all over the world have passed through this village, son," said the father. "They come in search of new things, but when they leave, they're basically the same people they were when they arrived. They climb the mountain to see the castle, and they wind up thinking that their past was better than what we have now. They have blonde hair or dark skin, but basically they're the same as the people who live right here. But I'd like to see the castles in the towns where they live," the boy explained. "Those people, when they see our land, say that they would like to live here forever," his father continued. "Well, I'd like to see their land and see how they live," said his son. "The people who come here have a lot of money to spend so they can afford to travel," his father said. "Amongst us, the only ones who travel are the shepherds." "Well, then I'll be a shepherd." His father said no more. The next day he gave his son a pouch that held 3 ancient Spanish gold coins. "I found these one day in the field. I wanted them to be a part of your inheritance, but use them to buy your flock. Take to the fields, and someday you'll learn that our countryside is the best and our women are the most beautiful." And he gave the boy his blessing. The boy could see in his father's gaze the desire to be able himself to travel the world, a desire that was still alive despite his father's having had to bury it over dozens of years under the burden of struggling for water to drink, food to eat, and the same place to sleep every night of his life. The horizon was tinged with red, and suddenly the sun appeared. The boy thought back to that conversation with his father and felt happy. He had already seen many castles and met many women, but none the equal of the one who awaited him several days hence. He owned a jacket, a book that he could trade for another, and a flock of sheep. But most important, he was able every day to live out his dream. If he were to tire of the Andalusian fields, he could sell his sheep and go to sea. By the time he had had enough of the sea, he would already have known other cities, other women, and other chances to be happy. "I couldn't have found God in the seminary," he thought, as he looked at the sunrise. Whenever he could, he sought out a new road to travel. He had never been to that ruined church before, in spite of having traveled through those parts many times. The world was huge and inexhaustible. He had only to allow his sheep to set the route for a while, and he would discover other interesting things. The problem is that they don't even realize that they were walking a new road every day. They don't see that the fields are new and the seasons change. All they think about is food and water. "Maybe we're all that way," the boy mused. "Even me. I haven't thought of other women since I met the merchant's daughter." Looking at the sun, he calculated that he would reach Tarfia before midday. Tarifa, Tarifa, by midday. There he could exchange his book for a thicker one, fill his wine bottle, shave, and have a haircut. He had to prepare himself for his meeting with the girl, and he didn't want to think about the possibility that some other shepherd with a larger flock of sheep had arrived there before him and asked for her hand. It's the possibility of having a dream come true that makes life interesting, he thought. As he looked again at the position of the sun and hurried his pace, he had suddenly remembered that in Tarifa there was an old woman who interpreted dreams. The old woman led the boy to a room at the back of her house. It was separated from her living room by a curtain of colored beads. The room's furnishings consisted of a table, an image of a sacred heart of Jesus, and two chairs. The woman sat down and told him to be seated as well. Then she took both of his hands in hers and began quietly to pray. It sounded like a gypsy prayer. The boy had already had experience on the road with gypsies. They also traveled, but they had no flocks of sheep. People said that gypsies spent their lives tricking others. It was also said that they had a pact with the devil and that they kidnapped children and taking them away to their mysterious camps made them their slaves. As a child, the boy had always been frightened to death that he would be captured by gypsies, and his childhood fear returned when the old woman took his hands in hers. But she has the Sacred Heart of Jesus there, he thought, trying to reassure himself. He didn't want his hand to begin trembling, showing the old woman that he was fearful. He recited an Our Father silently. Very interesting, said the woman, never taking her eyes from the boy's hands. And then she fell silent. The boy was becoming very nervous. His hands began to tremble, and the woman sensed it. He quickly pulled his hands away. I didn't come here to have you read my palm, he said, already regretting having come. He thought for a moment that it would be better to pay her fee and leave without learning a thing that he was giving too much importance to his recurrent dream. You came so that you could learn about your dreams, said the old woman, and the dreams are the language of God. When he speaks in our language, I can interpret what he has said, but if he speaks in the language of the soul, it is only you who can understand it. But whichever it is, I'm going to charge you for the consultation. Another trick, the boy thought, but he decided to take a chance. A shepherd always takes his chances with wolves and with drought, and that's what makes a shepherd's life exciting. I have had the same dream twice, he said. I dreamed that I was in a field with my sheep when a child appeared and began to play with the animals. I don't like people to do that because the sheep are afraid of strangers, but children always seem to be able to play with them without frightening them. I don't know why. I don't know how animals know the age of human beings. Tell me more about your dream, said the woman. I have to get back to my cooking, and since you have much money, and since you don't have much money, I can't give you a lot of time. The child went on playing with my sheep for quite a while, continued the boy, a bit upset. And suddenly the child took me by both hands and transported me to Egyptian pyramids. He paused for a moment to see if the woman knew what the Egyptian pyramids were, but she said nothing. Then at the Egyptian pyramids, he said the last three words slowly so that the old woman would understand. The child said to me, if you come here, you will find a hidden treasure. And just as she was about to show me the exact location, I woke up both times. The woman was silent for some time. Then she again took his hands and studied them carefully. I'm not going to charge you anything now, she said, but I want 1/10 of the treasure if you find it. The boy laughed out of happiness. He was going to be able to save the little money he had because of a dream about hidden treasure. Well, interpret the dream, he said. First, swear to me. Swear that you will give me 1/10 of your treasure in exchange for what I'm going to tell you. The shepherd swore that he would. The old woman asked him to swear again while looking at the image of the Sacred Heart of Jesus. It's a dream in the language of the world, she said. I can interpret it, but the interpretation is very difficult. That's why I feel that I deserved a part of what you find. And this is my interpretation. You must go to the pyramids in Egypt. I never heard of them. But if it was a child who showed them to you, they exist. There you will find a treasure that will make you a rich man. The boy was surprised and then irritated. He didn't need to seek out the old woman for this. But then he remembered what he wasn't going to have. Then he remembered that he wasn't going to have to pay anything. I didn't need to waste my time for just this, he said. I told you that your dream was a difficult one. It's the simple things in life that are the most extraordinary. Only wise men are able to understand them. And since I am not wise, I have had to learn other arts, such as the reading of palms. Well, how am I going to go get to Egypt? I only interpret dreams. I don't know how to turn them into reality. That's why I have to live off of my daughter's providing me with. And what if I never go to Egypt? Then I don't get paid. Wouldn't be the first time. And the woman told the boy to leave, saying she had already wanted too much time with him. So the boy was disappointed. He decided that he would never again believe in dreams. He remembered that he had a number of things he had to take care of. He went to the market for something to eat. He traded his book for one that was thicker, and he found a bench in the plaza where he could sample the new wine he had bought. The day was hot, and the wine was refreshing. The sheep were at the gates of the city in a stable that belonged to a friend. The boy knew a lot of people in the city. That was what made traveling appeal to him. He always made new friends, and he didn't need to spend all of his time with them. When someone sees the same people every day, as had happened with him at the seminary, they wind up becoming a part of that person's life, and then they want the person to change. If someone isn't what others want them to be, the others become angry. Everyone seems to have a clear idea of how other people should lead their lives, but none about his or her own. He decided to wait until the sun had sunk a bit lower in the sky before following his flock back through the fields. 3 days from now, he would be with the merchant's daughter. He started to read the book he had bought. On the very first page, it described a burial ceremony, and the names of the people involved were very difficult to pronounce. If he ever wrote a book, he thought he would present one person at a time so that the reader wouldn't have to worry about memorizing a lot of names. When he was finally able to concentrate on what he was reading, he liked the book better. The burial was on a snowy day, and he welcomed the feeling of being cold. As he read on, an old man sat down at his side and tried to strike up a conversation. "What are they doing?" the old man asked, pointing at the people in the plaza. "Working," the boy answered dryly, making it look as if he wanted to concentrate on his reading. Actually, he was thinking about shearing his sheep in front of the merchant's daughter so that she could see that he was someone who was capable of doing difficult things. He had already imagined the scene many times. Every time the girl became fascinated when he explained that the sheep had to be sheared from back to front. He also tried to remember some good stories to relate as he sheared the sheep. Most of them he had read in books, but he would tell them as if they were from his personal experience. She would never know the difference because she didn't know how to read. Meanwhile, the old man persisted in his attempt to strike up a conversation. He said that he was tired and thirsty and asked if he might have a sip of the boy's wine. The boy offered his bottle, hoping that the old man would leave him at once. Asked the boy what book he was reading. The boy was tempted to be rude and moved to another bench, but his father had taught him to be respectful of the elderly. So he held out the book to the man for two reasons. First, that he himself wasn't sure how to pronounce the title, and second, that if the old man didn't know how to read, he would probably feel ashamed and decide of his own accord to change benches. Said the old man, looking at all sides of the book, as if it were something strange of an object. This is an important book, but it's really irritating. The boy was shocked. The old man knew how to read and had already read the book. And if the book was irritating, as the old man had said, the boy had time to change it for another. It's a book that says the same thing almost all the other books in the world say, continued the old man. It describes people's inability to choose their own personal legends, and it ends up saying that everyone believes the world's greatest lie. What's the world's greatest lie? The boy asked, completely surprised. It's this: that at a certain point in our lives, we lose control of what's happening to us, and our lives become controlled by fate. That's the world's greatest lie. That's never happened to me, the boy said. They wanted me to be a priest, but I decided to become a shepherd. Much better, said the old man, because you really like to travel. He knew what I was thinking, the boy said to himself. The old man, meanwhile, was leafing through the book without seeming to want to return it at all. The boy noticed that the man's clothing was strange. He looked like an Arab, which was not unusual in those parts. Africa was only a few hours from Tarifa, and one had only to cross the narrow straits by boat. Arabs often appeared in the city, shopping and chanting their strange prayers several times a day. Where are you from? The boy asked. From many places. No one can be from many places, the boy said. I'm a shepherd and I have been to many places, but I come only from one place, from a city near an ancient castle. That's where I was born. Well, then, we could say that I was born in Salem. The boy didn't know where Salem was, but he didn't want to ask, fearing that he would appear ignorant. He looked at the people in the plaza for a while. They were coming and going, and all of them seemed to be very busy. So, what is Salem like? He asked, trying to get some sort of clue. It's like it always has been. No clue yet, but he knew that Salem wasn't in Andalusia, and if it were, he would already have heard of it. And what do you do in Salem? He insisted. What do I do in Salem? The old man laughed. Well, I'm the king of Salem. People say strange things, the boy thought. Sometimes it's better to be with the sheep, who don't say anything, and better still to be alone with one's books. They tell their incredible stories at the time when you want to hear them. But when you're talking to people, they say some things that are so strange that you don't know how to continue the conversation. My name is Melchizedek, said the old man. Melchizedek. How many sheep do you have? Enough, said the boy. He could see that the old man wanted to know more about his life. Well, then, we've got a problem. I can't help you if you feel you've got enough sheep. The boy was getting irritated. He wasn't asking for help. It was the old man who asked for a drink of his wine. He had started the conversation. Give me my book, the boy said. I have to go and gather my sheep and get going. Give me 1/10 of your sheep, said the old man, and I'll tell you how to find the hidden treasure. The boy remembered his dream, and suddenly everything was clear to him. The old woman hadn't charged him anything, but the old man, maybe he was her husband, was going to find a way to get much more money in exchange for information about something that didn't exist. The old man was probably a gypsy too. But before the boy could say anything, the old man leaned over, picked up a stick, and began to write in the sand of the plaza. Something bright reflected from his chest with such intensity that the boy was momentarily blinded. With a movement that was too quick for someone his age, the man covered whatever it was with his cape. When his vision returned to normal, the boy was able to read what the old man had written in the sand. There in the sand of the plaza of the small city, the boy read the names of his father and his mother, and the name of the seminary he had attended. He read the name of the merchant's daughter, which he hadn't even known, and he read things he had never told anyone. I'm the king of Salem, the old man had said. Why would a king be talking with a shepherd? The boy asked. Old, and embarrassed for several reasons, but let's say that the most important is that you have succeeded in discovering your personal legend. The boy didn't know what a person's personal legend was. It's what you have always wanted to accomplish. Everyone, when they are young, knows what their personal legend is. At that point in their lives, everything is clear and everything is possible. They are not afraid to dream and to yearn for everything they would like to see happen for them in their lives. But as time passes, a mysterious force begins to convince them that it will be impossible for them to realize their personal legend. None of what the old man was saying made much sense to the boy, but he wanted to know what the mysterious force was. The merchant's daughter would be impressed when he told her about that. It's a force that appears to be negative, but actually shows you how to realize your personal legend. It prepares your spirit and your will because there is one great truth on this planet. Whoever you are, whatever it is that you do, when you really want something, it's because that desire originated in the soul of the universe. It's your mission on earth. Even when all you want to do is travel or marry the daughter of a textile merchant? Yes, or even search for treasure. The soul of the world is nourished by people's happiness and also by unhappiness, envy, and jealousy. To realize one's personal legend is a person's only real obligation. All things are one. And when you want something, all the universe conspires in helping you to achieve it. They were both silent for a time, observing the plaza and the townspeople. It was the old man who spoke first. Why do you tend a flock of sheep? 'Cause I like to travel. The old man pointed to a baker standing in his shop window at one corner of the plaza. When he was a child, that man wanted to travel too, but he decided first to buy his bakery and put some money aside. When he's an old man, he's going to spend a month in Africa. He never realized that people are capable at any time in their lives of doing what they dream of. He should have decided to become a shepherd, the boy said. Well, he thought about that, the old man said, but bakers are more important people than shepherds. Bakers have homes, while shepherds sleep out in the open. Parents would rather see their children marry bakers than shepherds. The boy felt a pang in his heart, thinking about the merchant's daughter. There was surely a baker in town. The old man continued. In the long run, what people think about shepherds and bakers becomes more important for them than their own personal legends. The old man leafed through the book and fell to reading a page he came to. The boy waited and then interrupted the old man just as he himself had been interrupted. Why are you telling me all this? Because you're trying to realize your personal legend, and you are at a point where you're about to give it all up. And that's when you always appear on the scene? Not always in this way, but I always appear in one form or another. Sometimes I appear in the form of a solution or a good idea. At other times, at a crucial moment, I make it easier for things to happen. There are other things I do too, but most of the time people don't realize I've done them. The old man related that the week before he had been forced to appear before a miner and had taken the form of a stone. The miner had abandoned everything to go mining for emeralds. For 5 years he had been working a certain river and had examined hundreds of thousands of stones looking for an emerald. The miner was about to give it all up right at the point when, if he were to examine just one more stone, just one more, he would find his emerald. Since the miner had sacrificed everything to his personal legend, the old man decided to become involved. He transformed himself into a stone that rolled into the miner's foot. The miner
with all the anger and frustration of his 5 fruitless years, picked up the stone and threw it aside. But he had thrown it with such force that it broke the stone that it fell upon, and there embedded in the broken stone was the most beautiful emerald in the world. People learn early in their lives what is their reason for being, said the old man, with a certain bitterness. Maybe that's why they give up on it so early, too, but that's the way it is. The boy remained. The boy reminded the old man that he had said something about hidden treasure. Treasure is uncovered by the force of flowing water, and it is buried by the same currents, said the old man. If you want to learn about your own treasure, you'll have to give me 1/10 of your flock. What about 1/10 of my treasure? The old man looked disappointed. If you start out by promising what you don't even have, you'll lose your desire to work towards getting it. The boy told him that he had already promised to give 1/10 of his treasure to the gypsy. Gypsies are experts at getting people to do that, sighed the old man. In any case, it's good that you've learned that everything in life has its price. This is what the warriors of light try to teach. The old man returned the book to the boy. Tomorrow at this time, bring me 1/10 of your flock, and I will tell you how to find the hidden treasure. Good afternoon. And he vanished around the corner of the plaza. The boy began to read his book, but he was no longer able to concentrate. He was tense and upset because he knew that the old man was right. He went over to the bakery and bought a loaf of bread, thinking about whether or not he should tell the baker what the old man had said about him. Sometimes it's better to leave things as they are, he thought to himself, and decided to say nothing. If he were to say nothing, the baker would spend 3 days thinking about giving it all up. Even though he had gotten used to the way things were, the boy could certainly resist causing that kind of anxiety for the baker. So he began to wander through the city and found himself at the gates. There was a small building there with a window at which people bought tickets to Africa, and he knew that Egypt was in Africa. Can I help you? Asked the man behind the window. Maybe tomorrow, said the boy, moving away. If he sold just one of his sheep, we'd have enough to get to the other shore of the strait. The idea frightened him. Another dreamer, said the ticket seller to his assistant, watching the boy walk away. He doesn't even have enough money to travel. While standing at the ticket window, the boy had remembered his flock and decided he should go back to being a shepherd. In 2 years, he had learned everything about shepherding. He knew how to shear sheep, how to care for pregnant ewes, and how to protect the sheep from wolves. He knew all the fields and pastures of Andalusia, and he knew what was the fair price for every one of his animals. He decided to return to his friend's stable by the longest route possible. As he walked past the city castle, he interrupted his return and climbed the stone ramp that led to the top of the wall. From there he could see Africa in the distance. Someone had once told him that it was from there that the Moors had come to occupy all of Spain. He could see almost the entire city from where he sat, including the plaza where he had talked with the old man. Curse the moment I met the old man, he thought. He had come to the town only to find a woman who could interpret his dream. Neither the woman nor the old man was at all impressed by the fact that he was a shepherd. They were solitary individuals who no longer believed in things and didn't understand that shepherds become attached to their sheep. He knew everything about each member of his flock. He knew which ones were lame, which one was to give birth 2 months from now, which were the laziest. He knew how to shear them, how to slaughter them. If he ever decided to leave them, they would suffer. The wind began to pick. He knew that wind. People called it the Levanter because on it the Moors had come from the Levant to the eastern end of the Mediterranean. The Levanter increased in intensity. Here I am between my flock and my treasure, the boy thought. He had to choose between something he had become accustomed to and something he wanted to have. There was also the merchant's daughter, but she wasn't as important as his flock because she didn't depend on him. Maybe she didn't even remember him.
He was sure that it made no difference to her on which day he appeared for her. Every day was the same. And when each day is the same as the next, it's because people fail to recognize the good things that happen in their lives every day that the sun rises. I left my father, my mother, and the town castle behind. They have gotten used to my being away, and so have I. The sheep will get used to my not being there too, the boy thought. From where he sat, he could observe the plaza. People continued to come and go from the baker's shop. A young couple sat on the bench where he had talked with the old man, and they kissed. That baker, he said to himself without completing the thought. The Levanter was still getting stronger, and he felt its force on his face. That wind had brought the moors, yes, but it had also brought the smell of the desert and the veiled women. It had brought with it the sweat and the dreams of men who had once left to search for the unknown and for golden adventure and for the pyramids. The boy felt jealous of freedom of the wind and saw that he could have the same freedom. There was nothing to hold him back except himself. The sheep, the merchant's daughter, and the fields of Andalusia were only steps along the way to his personal legend. The next day the boy met with the old man at noon. He brought 6 sheep with him. I'm surprised, the boy said. My friend bought all the other sheep immediately. He said that he had always dreamed of being a shepherd and that it was a good omen. That's the way it always is, said the old man. It's called the principle of favorability. When you play cards the first time, you're almost sure to win. Beginner's luck. Why is that? Because there's a force that wants you to realize your personal legend. It whets your appetite with a taste of success. Then the old man began to inspect the sheep, and when he saw that one was lame, the boy explained that it wasn't important, since the sheep was the most intelligent of the flock and produced the most wool. Where's the treasure? He asked. It's in Egypt, near the pyramids. The boy was startled. The old woman had said the same thing, but she hadn't charged him anything. In order to find the treasure, you will have to follow the omens. The omens that God has prepared a path for everyone to follow. You just have to read the omens that he left for you. Before the boy could reply, a butterfly appeared and fluttered between him and the old man. He remembered something his grandfather had once told him, that butterflies were a good omen, like crickets and like grasshoppers, like lizards and four-leaf clovers. That's right, said the old man, able to read the boy's thoughts. Just as your grandfather taught you. These are good omens. The old man opened his cape, and the boy was struck by what he saw. The old man wore a breastplate of heavy gold, covered with precious stones. The boy recalled the brilliance he had noticed on the previous day. He really was a king. He must be disguised to avoid encounters with thieves. Take these, said the old man, holding out a white stone and a black stone that had been embedded at the center of the breastplate. They are called Urim and Thummim. The black signifies yes, and the white no. Then, when you are unable to read the omens, they will help you to do so. Always ask an objective question. But if you can, try to make your own decisions. The treasure is at the pyramids, and you already knew, but I had to insist on the payment of 6 sheep because I helped you to make your decision. The boy put the stones in his pouch, and from then on, he would make his own decisions. Right back. break. Now, don't forget that everything you deal with is only one thing and nothing else. And don't forget the language of omens. And above all, don't forget to follow your personal legend through to its conclusion. But before I go, I want to tell you a little story. A certain shopkeeper sent his son to learn about the secret of happiness from the wisest man in the world. The lad wandered through the desert for 40 days and finally came upon a beautiful castle high atop a mountain. It was there that the wise man lived. Rather than finding a saintly man, though, our hero, on entering the main room of the castle, saw a hive of activity. Tradesmen came and went. People were conversing in the corners. A small orchestra was playing soft music, and there was a table covered with platters of the most delicious food in that part of the world. The wisest man conversed with everyone, and the boy had to wait for 2 hours before it was his turn to be given the man's attention. The wisest man listened attentively to the boy's explanation of why he had come, but told him that he didn't have time just then to explain the secret of happiness. He suggested that the boy look around the palace and return in 2 hours. Meanwhile, I want to ask you to do something, said the wise man, handing the boy a teaspoon that held 2 drops of oil. As you wander around, carry this spoon with you without allowing the oil to spill. The boy began climbing and descending the many stairways of the palace, keeping his eyes fixed on the spoon. After 2 hours, he returned to the room where the wise man was. Well, asked the wise man, did you see the Persian tapestries that are hanging in my dining hall? Did you see the garden that it took the master gardener 10 years to create? Did you notice the beautiful parchments in my library? The boy was embarrassed and confessed that he had observed nothing. His only concern had been not to spill the oil that the wise man had entrusted to him. Then go back and observe all the marvels of my world, said the wise man. You cannot trust a man if you do not know his house. Relieved, the boy picked up the spoon and returned to his exploration of the palace, this time observing all the works of art on the ceilings and walls. He saw the gardens, the mountains all around him, the beauty of the flowers, and the taste with which everything had been selected. Upon returning to the wise man, he related in detail everything he had seen. "But where are the drops of oil I entrusted to you?" asked the wise man. Looking down at the spoon he held, the boy saw that the oil was gone. "Well, there's only one piece of advice I can give you," said the wisest of wise men. "The secret of happiness is to see all the marvels of the world and never to forget the drops of oil on the spoon." The shepherd said nothing. He had understood the story the old king had told him. A shepherd may like to travel, but he should never forget about his sheep. The old man looked at the boy, with his hands held high, or with his hands held together, made several strange gestures above the boy's head, and taking his sheep, he walked away. At the highest point in Tarifa, there's an old fort built by the Moors. From atop its walls, one can catch a glimpse of Africa. Melchizedek, the king of Salem, sat on the wall of the fort that afternoon and felt the Levanter blowing in his face. The sheep fidgeted nearby, uneasy with their new owner and excited by so much change. All they wanted was food and water. Melchizedek watched a small ship that was plowing its way out of the port. He would never again see the boy, just as he had never seen Abraham again after having charged him his 1/10 fee. That was his work. The gods should not have desires, because they don't have personal legends. But the king of Salem hoped desperately that the boy would be successful. "It's too bad that he's quickly going to forget my name," he thought. "I should have repeated it for him. Then when he spoke about me, he would say that I am Melchizedek, the king of Salem." He looked to the skies, feeling a bit abashed, and said, "I know it's the vanity of vanities, as you said, my lord, but an old king sometimes has to take some pride in himself." How strange Africa is, thought the boy. He was sitting in a bar very much like the other bars he had seen among the narrow streets of Tangier. Some men were smoking from a gigantic pipe that they passed from one to the other. In just a few hours he had seen men walking hand in hand, women with their faces covered, and priests that climbed to the tops of towers and chanted as everyone about him went to their knees and placed their foreheads on the ground. "A practice of infidels," he said to himself. As a child in church he had always looked at the image of Saint Santiago Matamoros on his white horse, his sword unsheathed, in figures such as these kneeling at his feet. The boy felt ill and terribly alone. The infidels had an evil look about them. Besides this, in the rush of his travels, he had forgotten a detail, just one detail, which could keep him from his treasure for a long time. Only Arabic was spoken in this country. The owner of the bar approached him, and the boy pointed to a drink that had been served at the next table. It turned out to be a bitter tea, and the boy preferred wine, but he didn't need to worry about that right now. What he had to be concerned about was his treasure and how he was going about getting it. The sale of his sheep had left him with enough money in his pouch, and the boy knew that in money there was magic. Whoever has money is never really alone. Before long, maybe in just a few days, he would be at the pyramids. An old man with a breastplate of gold wouldn't have lied just to acquire 6 sheep. The old man had spoken about signs and omens, and as the boy was crossing the strait, he had thought about omens. Yes, the old man had known what he was talking about. During the time the boy had spent in the fields of Andalusia, he had become used to learning which path he should take by observing the ground and the sky. He had discovered that the presence of a certain bird meant that a snake was nearby, and that a certain shrub was a sign that there was water in the area. The sheep had taught him that. If God leads the sheep so well, he will also lead a man, he thought, and that made him feel better. The tea seemed less bitter. "Who are you?" he heard a voice ask him in Spanish. The boy was relieved. He was thinking about omens, and someone had appeared. "How come you speak Spanish?" he asked. The new arrival, was a young man in Western dress, but the color of his skin suggested he was from this city. He was about the same age and height as the boy. Almost everyone here speaks Spanish. We're only 2 hours from Spain. Sit down and let me treat you to something, said the boy, and ask for a glass of wine for me. I hate this tea. There's no wine in this country, the young man said. The religion here forbids it. The boy told him that he needed to get to the pyramids. He almost began to tell about his treasure, but decided not to do so. If he did, it was possible that the Arab would want a part of it as payment for taking him there. He remembered what the old man had said about offering something you didn't even have. I'd like you to take me there if you can. I can pay you to serve as my guide. Do you have any idea how to get there? The newcomer asked. The boy noticed that the owner of the bar stood nearby, listening attentively to their conversation. He felt uneasy at the man's presence, but he had found a guide and didn't want to miss out on an opportunity. You have to cross the entire Sahara Desert, said the young man, and to do that you need money. I need to know whether you have enough. The boy thought it a strange question, but he trusted in the old man who had said that. When you really want something, the universe always conspires in your favor. He took his money from his pouch and showed it to the young man. The owner of the bar came over and looked as well. The two men exchanged some words in Arabic, and the bar owner seemed irritated. Let's get out of here, said the new arrival. He wants us to leave. The boy was relieved. He got up to pay the bill, but the owner grabbed him and began to speak to him in an angry stream of words. The boy was wrong and wanted to retaliate, but he was in a foreign country. His new friend pushed the owner aside and pulled the boy outside with him. He wanted your money, he said. Tangier is not like the rest of Africa. This is a port, and every port has its thieves. The boy trusted his new friend. He had helped him out in a dangerous situation. He took out his money and counted it. We could get to the pyramids by tomorrow, said the other, taking the money. But I have to buy 2 camels. They walked together through the narrow street of Tangier. Everywhere there were stalls with items for sale. They reached the center of a large plaza where the market was held, and there were thousands of people there, arguing, selling, and buying. Vegetables for sale amongst daggers and carpets displayed alongside tobacco. But the boy never took his eye off his new friend. After all, he had all his money. He thought about asking him to give it back, but decided that it would be unfriendly. He knew nothing about the customs of the strange land he was in. I'll just watch him, he said to himself. He knew he was stronger than his friend. Suddenly, there in the midst of all that confusion, he saw the most beautiful sword he had ever seen. The scabbard was embossed in silver, and the handle was black and encrusted with precious stones. The boy promised himself that when he returned from Egypt he would buy that sword. Asked the owner of that stall how much the sword cost. He said to his friend. Then he realized that he had been distracted for a few moments looking at the sword. His heart squeezed as if his chest had suddenly compressed it. He was afraid to look around because he knew that he would find. He continued to look at that beautiful sword for a bit longer until he summoned the courage to turn around. All around him was the market with people coming and going, shouting and buying, and the aroma of strange foods, but nowhere could he find his new companion. The boy wanted to believe that his friend had simply become separated from him by accident. He decided to stay right there and await his return. As he waited, a priest climbed to the top of a nearby tower and began his chant. Everyone in the market fell to their knees, touched their foreheads to the ground, and looked up to the chant. Then, like a colony of worker ants, they dismantled their stalls and left. The sun began its departure as well. The boy watched it through its trajectory for some time until it was hidden behind the white houses surrounding the plaza. He recalled that when the sun had risen that morning, he was on another continent, still a shepherd with 60 sheep, and looking forward to meeting with a girl. That morning he had known everything that was going to happen to him as he walked through the familiar fields, but now, as the sun began to set, he was in a different country, and a stranger in a stranger land, where he couldn't even speak the language. He was no longer a shepherd, and he had nothing, not even the money to return and start everything over. All this happened between sunrise and sunset, the boy thought. He was feeling sorry for himself and lamenting the fact that his life could have changed so suddenly and so drastically. He was ashamed that he wanted to cry. He had never even wept in front of his own sheep. But the marketplace was empty and he was far from home. So he wept. He wept because God was unfair and because this was the way God repaid those who believed in their dreams. When I had my sheep, I was happy and I made those around me happy. People saw me coming and welcomed me, he thought, but now I'm sad and alone. I'm going to become bitter and distrustful of people because one person betrayed me. I'm going to hate those who have found their treasure because I never found mine. And I'm going to hold on to what little I have because I'm too insignificant to conquer the world. He opened his pouch to see what was left of his possessions. Maybe there was a bit left of the sandwich he had eaten on the ship, but all he found was the heavy book, his jacket, and the 2 stones the old man had given him. As he looked at the stones, he felt relieved for some reason. He had exchanged 6 sheep for 2 precious stones that had been taken from a gold breastplate. He could sell the stones and buy a return ticket. But this time I'll be smarter, the boy thought, removing them from the pouch so he could put them in his pocket. This was a port town, and the only truthful thing his friend had told him was that port towns were full of thieves. Now he understood why the owner of the bar had been so upset. He was trying to tell him not to trust that man. I'm like everyone else. I see the world in terms of what I would like to see happen, not what actually does. He ran his fingers slowly over the stones, sensing their temperature and feeling their surfaces. They were his treasure. Just handling them made him feel better. They reminded him of the old man. When you want something, all the universe conspires in helping you to achieve it, he had said. The boy was trying to understand the truth of what the old man had said. There he was in the empty marketplace without a cent to his name and with not a sheep to guard through the night. But the stones were proof that he had met with a king who knew of the boy's past. They're called Urim and Thummim, they can help you to read the omens. The boy put the stones back in the pouch and decided to do an experiment. The old man had said to ask very clear questions, and to do that, the boy had to know what he wanted. So he asked if old man's blessings was still with him. He took out one of the stones. It was yes. Am I going to find my treasure? He asked. He stuck his hand into the pouch and felt around for one of the stones. As he did so, both of them pushed through a hole in the pouch and fell to the ground. The boy had never even noticed that there was a hole in his pouch. He knelt down to find Urim and Thummim and put them back in the pouch, but as he saw them lying there on the ground, another phrase came to his mind. Learn to recognize omens and follow them, the old king had said. An omen, the boy smiled to himself. He picked up the 2 stones and put them back in his pouch. He didn't consider mending the hole the stones could fall through any time they wanted. He had learned that there was a certain thing one shouldn't ask about, so as not to flee from one's own personal legend. I promised that I would make my own decisions, he said to himself. But the stones had told him that the old man was still with him, and that made him feel more confident. He looked around at the empty plaza again, feeling less desperate than before. This wasn't a strange place. It was a new one. After all, what he had always wanted was just that, to know new places. Even if he never got to the pyramids, he had already traveled farther than any shepherd he knew. Oh, if they only knew how different things are just 2 hours by ship from where they are, he thought. Although this new world at the moment was just an empty marketplace, he had already seen it when it was teeming with life, and would never forget it. He remembered the sword. It hurt him a bit to think about it, but he had never seen one like it before. As he mused about these things, he realized that he had to choose between thinking to himself as a poor victim of a thief and as an adventurer in quest of his treasure. I am an adventurer looking for treasure, he said to himself. He was shaken into wakefulness by someone. He had fallen asleep in the middle of the marketplace, and life in the plaza was about to resume. Looking round, he sought his sheep and then realized that he was in a new world. But instead of being saddened, he was happy. He no longer had to seek out food and water for the sheep. He could go in search of his treasure instead. He had not a cent in his pocket, but he had faith. He had decided the night before that he would be as much an adventurer as the ones he had admired in books. He walked slowly through the market. The merchants were assembling their stalls, and the boy helped the candy seller to do this. The candy seller had a smile on his face. He was happy, aware of what his life was about, and ready to begin a day's work. His smile reminded the boy of the old man, the mysterious old king he had met. This candy merchant isn't making candies so that later he can travel or marry a shopkeeper's daughter. He's doing it because it's what he wanted to do, thought the boy. He realized that he could do the same thing the old man had done, since whether a person was near to or far from his personal legend just by looking at them. It's easy, and yet I've never done it before, he thought. When the stall was assembled, the candy seller offered the boy the first sweet he had made for the day. The boy thanked him, ate it, and went on his way. When he had gone only a short distance, he realized that while they were erecting the stall, one of them had spoken Arabic and the other Spanish, and that they had understood each other perfectly well. There must be a language that doesn't depend on words, the boy thought. I've already had the experience with my sheep, and now it's happening with people. He was learning a lot of new things. Some of them were things that he had already experienced and weren't really new, but that he had never perceived before, and he hadn't perceived them because he had become accustomed to them. He realized, if I can learn to understand this language without words, I can learn to understand the world. Relaxed and unhurried, he resolved that he would walk through the narrow streets of Tangier. Only in that way he would be able to read the omens. He knew it would require a lot of patience, but shepherds know all about patience. Once again he saw that in that strange land, as he was applying the same lessons he had learned with his sheep, all things are one, the old man had said. The crystal merchant awoke with the day and felt the same anxiety that he felt every morning. He had been in the same place for 30 years, a shop at the top of a hilly street where few customers passed. Now it was too late to change anything. The only thing he had ever learned to do was to buy and sell crystal glassware. There had been a time when many people knew of his shop. Arab merchants, French and English geologists, German soldiers who were always well heeled. In those days it had been wonderful to be selling crystal, and he had thought how he would become rich and have beautiful women at his side as he grew older. But as time passed, Tangier had changed. The nearby city of Ceuta had grown faster than Tangier, and business had fallen off. Neighbors moved away, and there remained only a few small shops on the hill, and no one was going to climb the hill just to browse through a few small shops. But the crystal merchant had no choice. He had lived 30 years of his life buying and selling crystal pieces, and now it was too late to do anything else. He spent the entire morning observing the infrequent comings and goings in the street. He had done this for years and knew the schedule of everyone who passed. But just before lunchtime, a boy stopped in front of the shop. He was dressed normally, but the practiced eyes of the crystal merchant could see that the boy had no money to spend. Nevertheless, the merchant decided to delay his lunch for a few minutes until the boy moved on. A card hanging in the doorway announced that several languages were spoken in the shop. The boy saw a man appear behind the counter. I can clean up those glasses in the window if you want, said the boy. The way they look now, nobody's going to want to buy them. The man looked at him without responding. In exchange, you could give me something to eat. The man still said nothing, and the boy sensed that he was going to have to make a decision. In his pouch, he had his jacket. He certainly wasn't going to need it in the desert. Taking the jacket out, he began to clean the glasses. In half an hour, he had cleaned all the glasses in the window, and as he was doing so, two customers had entered the shop and bought some crystal. When he had completed the cleaning, he asked the man for something to eat. "Let's go and have some lunch," said the crystal merchant. He put a sign on the door, and they went to a small cafe nearby. As they sat down at the only table in the place, the crystal merchant laughed. "You didn't have to do any cleaning," he said. The Koran requires me to feed a hungry the Quran requires me to feed a hungry person." "Well then, why don't you let me do it?" the boy asked. "Because the crystal was dirty, and both you and I needed to cleanse our minds of negative thoughts." When they had eaten, the merchant turned to the boy and said, "I'd like you to work in my shop. Two customers came in today while you were working, and that's a good omen." "People talk a lot about omens," thought the shepherd, "but they really don't know what they're saying." Just as I hadn't realized that for so many years I had been speaking a language without words to my sheep. "Do you want to go to work for me?" the merchant asked. "I can work for the rest of the day," the boy answered. "I'll work all night until dawn, and I'll clean every piece of crystal in your shop. In return, I need money to get to Egypt tomorrow." The merchant laughed. "Even if you cleaned all my crystal for an entire year, even if you earned a good commission selling every piece, you would still have to borrow money to get to Egypt. There are thousands of kilometers of desert between here and there." There was a moment of silence so profound that it seemed the city was asleep. No sound from the bazaars, no arguments among the merchants, no men climbing to the towers to chant. No hope, no adventure, no old kings or personal legends, no treasure and no pyramids. It was as if the world had fallen silent because the boy's soul had. He sat there, staring blankly through the door of the cafe, wishing that he had died and that it would end forever at the moment. The merchant looked anxiously at the boy. All the joy he had seen that morning had suddenly disappeared. "I can give you the money you need to get back to your country, my son," said the crystal merchant. The boy said nothing. He got up, adjusted his clothing, and picked up his pouch. "I'll work for you," he said, and after another long silence, he added, "I need money to buy some sheep." Boom. And that's the end of part one. I say pretty close to our normal kind of time. Give a of many blessings. We'll be here tomorrow, 5 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And as we normally say, Dana de Kauai. Till we see you next time.